Hello there, everybody. Welcome on in for Act 2 of our Quantum Break Lost Lore series. Today we're going to be getting into a lot of the Ground Zero section of the game, and there's going to be quite a bit of a difference in the format this time around, mostly because now that we have our very first Junction locked in, we're kind of split up with the collectibles, where some collectibles you get with one junction and some collectibles you get with a different one. And this does extend over to the audio diaries that's going to be coming out. So we will be swapping around a little bit through the website to make sure that we can read all of the documents, collectibles, and listen to the audio files that are specific to specific junctions. That way we don't miss anything and we see how things would have turned out. It's not nearly as much as the Alan Wake run-through, but it's all good. So as a quick disclaimer, this run-through will have complete spoilers for the entire Remedyverse. I'm going to do my best not to talk about the ending of this game for those who's first-timers. It's kind of difficult considering the nature of the story, because talking about things that are happening right now means talking about things that happened further on and before the events, because, you know, time travel shenanigans. But anyways, we're gonna watch the episodes of the show on the stream. Yep, we did last time, Ichiro. We watched the episode before we ended off. Now, let's go ahead and get going into this, but we're going to do the recap, but before we officially begin the gameplay, there's going to be a huge pause while we talk about this section of the book, which is completely different in a completely different location. For now, let's get going.
Let's talk about the Drydock incident. Monarch operatives transported you from the university to the Ground Zero operation at the shipyard.
Still upset about that, huh?
You were secured, unconscious.
Will?
Liam Burke went to retrieve you, and you were gone. How?
Sleepwalking.
Step away! Right now! You've 3 seconds till I pull.
Had better reflexes.
And you're a marksman.
No gun for you.
We know Beth Wilder assisted you in some manner.
Then I'm guessing you know the rest.
No, because everybody who saw what you did next is now dead.
And no gun for you. Hey, welcome in, Lincoln Bear. Glad I caught you just in time so you can watch part 2.
Why? Never questioned it because it didn't feel real. Still waiting to wake up.
Boom. Chronon source number 1.
There we go.
Alrighty, so Act 2 begins with Jack escaping from Monarch custody and going through their Ground Zero operation. We'll talk about what's going on here as we play through the game. But in the novelization, this is not at all where the story went. Actually, the Ground Zero was never really in the book until the very end scene from Act 4. Hey, Zachary, thanks so much for the donation, buddy. Is Beth's changing hair color a continuity issue? I think there was a discrepancy because the crew that was working on the live-action series and the crew working on the game didn't really talk to each other quite often, so there's little details where, like, they filmed the episode without consulting the game designers, and then the game designers had to retroactively go back in and try to change the game to match what was in the TV show, so there wasn't a lot of those continuity errors, but yes, there is. There still is some. Granted, in the book, Beth is a redhead, so but we'll talk about that actually right now. Alright, so as I mentioned at the end of last stream... Oh yeah, and there's the part where Courtney forgot to take out her earrings, so they added into the game. Yeah, stuff like that, Marma. But in the at the end of last stream, we talked about how in the book, what happened at the end of Act 1 was that Beth kind of injected Jack with a syringe to knock him out and then dragged him into the back of Nick's taxi along with putting Amy back there and gave Nick instructions basically to get them both to safety. So Nick drove and both Amy and Jack in his cab, and they're both perfectly safe. Nick drove Amy to her house, dropped her off. She's good, and we really don't hear about her until the very end of the book. She's not really a character that's in the story whatsoever. She's safe now. That's all we really need to know. And then from there, Nick drives Jack all the way to the Joyce family farm. So the farm was originally a location for the game, but they cut it during development because they just didn't have the time, and there's really no purpose to going there after they talked about made Ground Zero a main location. But what happens in the at the farm where Jack and Will grew up was the original location for where Will built the time machine. It wasn't here in the industrial sector, it was actually in the barn of their family farm. And that's kind of, so like everything that they say in-game happens here, happens over there, so you're kind of getting the same story, just the location's different. So, past that, when Jack gets on site at the farm, he witnesses an echo of the mobster Aberfoyle that Will borrowed money from, and he kind of sees the scene between them, kind of like how we get echoes in the game. Well, he witnesses echoes throughout the book as well. Besides that, we get little details, like inside the house at their in their home, he has like cork boards full of dates and tasks, because Will can't keep track of what he needs to do. So he'll say things like, oh, I got to get Jack to school on this day, or do this on this day. Otherwise, if it's not up on the cork board, he doesn't remember anything. And unfortunately, going to Jack's high school graduation was not important enough to be put on his schedule. So as a result, Jack was not able to didn't even go to his own graduation either when he graduated high school, just because reasons and reasons. But after I think Nick leaves and Beth shows up at the farm. And in the book, and this is kind of the big thing in the book that's kind of weird. Remember how we were talking about that woman Zed that Jack and Paul grew up with? That actually is Beth Wilder. So Jack knew Beth for a very long time, but under a pseudonym of Zed, and he could barely even recognize her, because in her previous persona, she was like all tatted up, she had piercings all over the place, she walked differently, her entire fashion sense was completely different. So in essence, she kind of portrayed herself completely as a different person. And then now she's like, okay, no, this is more who I really am. Her hair's no longer being dyed black, it's now the natural red. And it's kind of a big thing. I remember after Zed/Beth disappeared after the 2010 incident on Bannerman's Overlook, when he was almost killed or executed by the mobster, Jack spent the next 5 years searching for her, and then boom, she just randomly shows up here. Now, remember last time we were talking about a TV show, a cartoon that they all enjoyed watching as children, or growing up, I should say, and Beth recounts that her favorite character was named September, which is what the name she gives to Will later on. We'll talk about that in part 3 of this. And the reason she liked it is because the character September was a sniper and would just kind of disappear from the plot and reappear randomly. And that's exactly how Beth's character is in the game, where she disappears as one person and then reappears in this location, and you really can't really pin down anything about her. So these characters literally grew up to be the character archetypes from the child cartoon that they enjoyed watching. Alright, so let's go ahead and get into a lot more of what happened here. I'm just going to go back to my notes here. Where was I? We already talked about you. Sorry. I have a huge full page of notes here, and I kind of just winged it off the top of my head. So up in the house, there is explosives rigged throughout the whole thing that Beth set up at one point, because she knew this was going to be coming. And Monarch forces kind of show up at this point in time. Now, Paul comes because he just wants to talk to Jack, and Hatch sends out his C Division, the Chronon, basically hit squad, because he wants to have Jack executed. Now, what essentially occurs is up inside the house, Jack and Paul are having their conversation, and then out in the barn, Gibson shows up, and him and Beth have this huge little firefight all throughout the barn. And unfortunately what happens is the explosives in the house go off, so you have this, but time stutters at the same time. So there's this huge set piece about Jack and Paul literally having a fight through an exploding house as it like starts up, rewinds, and they're just moving through like a burning building. In essence, it's in the process of being destroyed. Now, this is kind of a cool little detail. So while the stutter is occurring, Paul goes out, he runs outside of the house, and he starts getting stalked by shifters. And specifically, the major shifter is the one called Shining Paul. Remember, that's the shifter that's kind of been hunting him since the end of time. Now, Paul freaks out and runs into the woods, because in the woods around the Joyce family farm, he remembers that there's this old tumble-down bunker that was built into the side of a hillside. And Jack and Paul, as children, told stories about how this shelter was the home of the Witch of the Woods. They had this urban legend told about this witch inside the forest that would abduct children, right? And they made this whole huge urban legend and narrative centered around this mysterious woman in the woods. Now, when it comes to the Remedyverse, we know that urban legends can do things like make things become real. Now, the only reason I'm going to say that most likely their urban legend about this witch did not become a Bright Falls level of thing, solely because that kind of only happens in locations that have direct connections to the Dark Place. Now, the Dark Place, we have zero evidence that there's a hole here in Riverport whatsoever. So even though they're telling those urban legends, it didn't really happen here. There's no way for it to be filtered through that chaos energy and form into reality. So it's more just a urban legend for the sake of urban legend. And it wasn't hugely known. Yeah, it was just a story that Jack and Paul told each other. Now, Paul ends up hiding inside of that bunker while he's trying to avoid the shifters. And it's just a whole huge thing, but while he's in there, he sees an echo of a woman entering the shelter. And he literally comes face to face with the source of the stories they told as children. I don't think they ever really knew someone lived there. They just kind of said it, and then now he's seeing an echo that at some point in the past, a woman was living inside that bunker. And that kind of just set him off in one way. But long story short, for Paul's perspective, is that he runs out, tries to fight some of the shifters, and then the stutter ends, and boom, they vanish into nothingness. That's fine. Out in the barn, Beth is currently wearing a stutter-proof gear. So when the stutter happens, she's able to move independently. Same thing with Gibson. And there's a whole huge things after the explosion. The barn collapses on top of him, and she has an opportunity to kill Gibson in that moment, but she chooses not to, solely because he knows that he has a wife, he has a daughter, and he does not want to make that child grow up without a dad. So she lets him live, but as the building collapses on top of him, he's left and presumed dead regardless. But she didn't have any hand in it personally. And they both leave, and from there they actually head to the Bradbury swimming pool, which is a set location in this chapter as well. Now, that's really the long and short of what happens in the book in this section. Now, instead of that, in the game we have what happens in this section. So just keep all that in the back of your head. Yeah, I think it's freaking really cool. Like, the biggest thing I wish they kept into it was specifically the urban legend aspect, because it plays into the whole Remedyverse vibe. And having another attack from the shifters, which we never get to see in game, but the fact that you have them there, all this stuff is just really cool. Alright, so now let's go ahead and do a quick pause and listen to Paul's first audio diary.
I can still see her eyes, pleading, begging to be saved. The university incident forced me to take extreme measures to cover our tracks. Amy Ferraro will be the first of many unfortunate but necessary sacrifices. Her face is etched into my mind. I hold it there, begging to be saved, to remind me what all this is for. Jack's transport never arrived at Ground Zero. It was a strange relief. If it had, he may already be dead. But Jack has a larger role in this to play. My visions have made that clear. Seeing Jack at the university, it awakened something in me. An admonition of what was coming. A reminder of how it all started. Who I once was. 17 years ago, I performed a test that caused a fracture in time. I was to blame. I came to terms with that very quickly. It took far longer to accept that there was nothing I could do to stop it. I built Monarch from the shadows. Waited 17 years for that moment to arrive again. Thought I was ready. This was my greatest struggle to date. Feeling the moment approaching, simply allowing such a tragedy to occur, knowing any action I would take to prevent it would simply make it so. And now it's here. We are the only ones prepared for what comes next. My plan was in motion. The time for hiding is over.
Okay. So that is going to be his audio diary from the hard-light version, but we do have the PR version as well. Okay, so it's not just me. For some reason, in the audio, I only get the, for those audio diaries, I only get the sound from my right headset. I was noticing in OBS, it was only picking up on one side too, but in-game, it's showing it on both sides, so no idea. Anyway, so let's do a quick pause, switch over the screen. And let's take a look at Paul Serene's Diary 1. But we're going to look at the PR version of it. Come on, computer. Quit loading and just play the damn audio. Okay, I'm just going to pop it up here because that might be quicker.
I am the center.
I don't care about advertisements, YouTube. Okay. So here's the PR version of the exact same thing.
Ordered Martin Hatch to execute his PR campaign. The university mission was a success, but at a great cost. I can't afford unwanted attention, not yet. We need to cover our tracks, shift the blame. Jack's transport never arrived at the Ground Zero operation. Martin wants to use the media as a tool to find him, turn the city against him. I know where I'll see him again. The visions have made that clear. Seeing Jack at the university, it awakened something in me. An admonition of what was coming. A reminder of how it all started. Who I once was. 17 years ago, I performed a test that caused a fracture in time. I was to blame. I came to terms with that very quickly. It took far longer to accept that there was nothing I could do to stop it. I built Monarch from the shadows. Waited 17 years for that moment to arrive again. Thought I was ready. This was my greatest struggle to date. Feeling the moment approaching, simply allowing such a tragedy to occur, knowing any action I would take to prevent it would simply make it so. And now it's here. We are the only ones prepared for what comes next. My plan was in motion. The time for hiding is over.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was just checking something to make sure the directory of all the alternate versions of that are in there. Now, here's the weird thing about the whole, because the reason why Paul's saying, hey, anything you do is going to cause it to happen in the first place, because he's, remember, fixed point. Fixed points in chaos theory are events that have, where the wave function, which is the infinite possibilities, has already collapsed and makes it so this is the only thing that can happen because it's now been observed. Nothing can do about it, right? That being said, there is a presumption that Paul has there that he's not taken into account. And that is the actual cause of certain things. Wow, what's going on, you guys? Can you hear me fine? Yeah, I had myself muted briefly, so that's probably why you didn't hear me for a second. And in order to illustrate, because Paul's making the presumption that the end of time is directly caused by the fracture. Oh, no. The reason why you saw the black screen there is because I was transferring from my regular screen capture to the game, which then has a bit, like, it basically has to load for a second, and for you guys, you perceive it as a black screen. So it wasn't really a video buffer, it was just what happens when you switch over. That's my bad. But there is actually a solution to Paul being able to learn whether or not the 2021 end of time was directly caused by the fracture. And that's called... Let's back up real quick. The quantum ripples. So we have the Chronon Division's Quantum Ripple Causality Research Subdivision. Yes, Vest, we do know when it occurred because, again, while he was in Zero State at the end of time, he's still walking around town, and there's newspapers and there's things like that. So the clocks and the calendars are set to 2021, so he knows exactly which year it is. But here's the thing, is the Quantum Ripple Causality Research Subdivision, run by Dr. Morphin and Dr. Ranger, yes, because we have to have a Power Rangers reference, they're able to take an exact event and through the CFR essentially track back to the original trigger point, or figure out from a trigger point what everything comes out of it. So literally, Paul could have just used this subdivision with Dr. Morphin and Dr. Ranger to figure out what actually caused the end of time. He never did that. If he did, he'd realize that the end of time here was not directly caused by the fracture. It was caused by something else that we don't know. But this is literally a tool he needed to use, but no one paid attention to these reports because it's kind of pointless. And there is a collectible later on in the game, at the end of the game, that talks about why this department didn't get a lot of funding. So, anyways, so the entire point of these reports is essentially they say core stability, the quantum ripple where will finish the equation. Well, this is the chain of events that stemmed out of that decision. The core stability equation solved in the Riverport University Project Promenade, the cause, or the pebble. Effect ripple, University core stabilized HQ time machine primed. The effect, a massive power outage in the town of Ordinary, Maine, a sudden uprise of violent crime overnight. So by fixing the equation, for some reason it caused a power outage in Ordinary. Why? How? But there has to be a direct causal reason that having the right math for a time machine caused an issue over in Ordinary, which is just weird to me. I'm still thinking about it. If you guys have any ideas, let me know. Also, a lab assistant named Wines leaves for home to celebrate early and finds wife with the mailman. And he ends up killing both of them and is currently in jail. Well, we know Jesse / Beth are variants of the same people, but that doesn't really show a direct cause and effect. Alright. There also, a lab supervisor was rolling alerted to the scene and suffers a fatal car crash. Let me see. Lab supervisor rolling alerted to the scene, and there's a direct arrow from the Ordinary main thing down to here. So I'm presuming what ended up happening is this guy rolling was driving to Ordinary and got into a car crash. Which doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Well, Marama, it's explained in the later collectible that how they figured this out is not just them just guessing. They actually tap into the Chronon field and the Meyer-Joyce field in order to track the ripples that come out of a pebble that's been dropped into the stream of time. So they're directly using Chronon tech to figure this out. It's not just a guess. Also, a number sequence of 01122 is featured in the results yielded once the fixed equation is implemented. Ben Jones, alias / time traveler, wins the lottery, the winning numbers including 1122. So pay attention to Nick later on, and we'll talk more about this. Alright, so here's some back and forth. A time traveler, really? I mean, it could be a time traveler. Look, we can't just... No. It could be a time traveler. But you can't prove it's not a time traveler. Well, you can't prove it's not an alien or a hyper-intelligent dog. Not being able to disprove something doesn't mean, yeah, it could be an alien. Oh, God. Seriously, this is like some X-Files shit right here, where it's always like, hey, it's got to be this, and Scully's like, what the hell are you on about, dude? At least, so you're saying it's a blatant reference to this House of Dreams where Samantha experiences a power outage? So okay, but thinking about that, I've never really thought about it in that term, but the power outage that Samantha experienced, it wasn't the entire town, it was just her local area, just like her own neighborhood. And that occurred in 2012. This is in 2016. So like I don't know. It's a completely different point in time. It's 4 years separation. But with that said, you could argue that since that takes place in a different universe, because the Samantha Wells things takes place in the Alan Wake Control universe, and this takes place in the Quantum Break universe. No, Ordinary was in 2001, best. That took place in 2001. But you could be argued that something similar did occur. Whoa, and I think the cat literally just shut off my YouTube. Good job, cat. Good job, cat. But you could argue pretty much the same event occurred, but in the Quantum Break universe, it's happening in 2016, but in the Alan Wake universe, it's happening in 2012. But it's, yeah, it might have a direct causal link. Like similar events happening in different universes. Hold on, I gotta pull this back up since the cat decided to close it. No, not that. Actually, yeah, we can leave that on there. So that's really going to be it on this one. Let's look at number 2. We have Quantum Ripple number 2 over here, and that has to do with the Ram statue. Alrighties. So, cause, Paul Serene orders Ram statuette to be transported to the HQ. Significance, memento, pure gold, painted over, a MacGuffin. Effect. 2 members of the Safeguard unit kill each other fighting over to steal the statuette. That kind of sucks. Selfies of Monarch employees posing with the Ram statue trend on social media. PR department's going to go mad. Yeah, pretty much. The effect of the ripple. The state of Utah initiates a legal proceedings against Monarch. Because remember, Paul and Jack stole it from a police department over in Utah. So now this police department is noticing, hey, the stolen statue from like 10, 15 years ago is now with Monarch. What the hell? And then there's a sudden spike in the dairy product commodities market. That one doesn't make sense. Like everything else, you can kind of see how just the presence of the Ram statue in Monarch would cause, but dairy products increase? The inference I'm getting is whenever Morphin and Ranger tap into the Meyer-Joyce field in order to perform these tests and figure out what effects came from each pebble, they don't really understand the results. It just says, hey, this is what came out of it, but at the same time, they're like, we don't know how it came out of it. And they're trying to figure that out. It seems random, but there has to be a direct causal link. Anyways, so for their transcript, I don't really think we should be transcribing these discussions into the official record. You don't know when some great insight will appear. This is all just speculation. No. It's not speculation. We know that the statue caused a ripple. All right, that part stands, yes, but pure gold? Seriously? This is just because you saw the Maltese Falcon last... Not necessarily. Yeah, so part of this he's just making up. It's not made out of pure gold. He just presumes it's pure gold because, again, he watched the Maltese Falcon. Good film, by the way, if you like the old noir story style PI stories. All right. Now we can officially start playing the game. Took us an hour last time, and now we're only, 45 minutes in? Hey there, Sleeping Bear. Thank you so much. First time I've seen you here. Are you new? Or first time chatting? And
industrial area. Why am I here?
Maybe the dairy is connected with viral goat pics. I have no idea. And the audio is not playing. For some reason, half the time when you examine stuff, the audio doesn't play. But Jack is just going, what the hell here? Yep, we've got graffiti of the event that's going on inside.
Only way forward. Huh.
Alright, so this whole section, a lot of what we're going to be doing is looking at graffiti. So, Irwin Nawal, I have no clue what that's in reference to. PHM, I have zero idea what that's in reference to.
Well, that's weird.
Hey, grab it. Alright, so the first thing we're going to do in terms of upgrades is the try to get the increased threat detection, or try to get to the increased range. The only reason why is because when I was doing my run-through, I realized I was missing a lot of the echoes, which is story bits, but it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. So I'd rather have the increased range, which will let us notice the story bits, and in terms of the combat, I'll just get good, and we'll deal with the upgrades on that later. Yes, there were actual artists who worked on the graffiti for the game. And there is some graffiti that is important, which is why I pointed out. Jump. Okay, we're safe.
Okay, doesn't last. Noted. When the fracture broke time, some objects became unstable. With my new abilities, I can manipulate their timelines, rewind them.
There was so much they could have done with those mechanics if they had more time to work with.
Still no word from Burke on Jack Joyce's position.
Very well. Ready a chopper for me at the dry dock. I'm heading to the island.
Roger. We'll have the chopper.
Seeing Paul's face on that screen, it was some kind of sick reminder. I couldn't escape what had happened, what he did. I needed to know why, but part of me wanted to put a fucking bullet in his head before he could open his mouth.
Want us to send additional teams to search for Joyce?
Negative. Focus efforts on disposing of those witnesses. Clear any trace of our involvement. Jack will come to us at the island tonight.
During the gala? You're sure?
Positive. Dispose of the witnesses.
Okay, let's take a look around.
Monarch had bought out the entire industrial district for their operation. It'd make for an easy escape.
Yes, Marama, we want hardline. I always go hardline when I do a run-through because I want Nick in the game. Alright. A University Fallout email to all the Ground Zero ops from Martin Hatch. As you all know by now, we've encountered unforeseen complications during the core retrieval operation at Riverport University. As a result, we were forced to take a more direct approach that led to unwanted attention. This attention must now be removed. Paul Serene has given us direct orders. As his chief advisor and operations manager, I will be making sure that we deliver upon those orders. We are to take the hardline approach in dealing with any of these threats. To our plan, your directives. Execute all witnesses. Any witness to our actions at the university are to be executed without prejudice. Said witnesses have been transported to the Ground Zero operation. We simply cannot afford any loose threads at this point in our operation. Perform routine questioning and then execute. Civilians who did not directly witness our operations but were present may be intimidated into silence. Such case will be evaluated by supervisors in charge of the cleanup operations. If there's any doubt as to the effectiveness of softer methods, do not hesitate to execute. We are not taking any chances. Assist in core transportation. The Time Machine core has been airlifted from the university to the Drydocks near the Ground Zero operation. All available personnel must assist in prepping the core for covert ground transport to Monarch Tower for installation. Find Jack Joyce. Joyce's transport has gone missing shortly after reaching the Ground Zero operation. Liam Burke is heading a search party to find him. If you possess any information that might assist in this capture, report to me directly. Chronon harvesting. Until Jack Joyce is found, we are assigned additional security personnel to protect the Chronon harvesting operation and Ground Zero perimeters. Teams have been stationed to patrol surrounding supply warehouses as well. Okay. So that's largely what this entire area is supposed to accomplish for the game, is defining that Chronon is a consumable resource. Think of it like they're farming for electricity, but a specific type of electricity that only fuels their Chronon tech and the lifeboat itself. Because let's be real, they're going to need as much stored up Chronon to run the lifeboat protocol for as long as they possibly can. And that's partially why the Chronon subdivision that we were just reading, or not the Chronon subdivision, but the ripple effect, or the ripple causality research that Morph and Ranger were just looking at, is part of the reason why they lost some of their funding, is because every time they tap into the Meyer-Joyce field using the CFR, they literally consume about a week's worth of time that the scientists could use in the end of time to find a solution. So there's like a cost-benefit analysis. Is it worth losing a week of potential time to save the universe just to figure out what came out of this one pebble that was dropped into the river? Anyways. Monarch Gala Prep. If your role is not impacted by the previous 4 directives, then you are to assist the prep for the Monarch Gala tonight, which is still moving forward as planned. More information to follow. Any questions regarding security can be directed to Liam Burke, and other questions should be addressed to your supervisor. Monarch's kill list. And for some reason, Jack is also not speaking. His audio is just not playing right now. Oh, by the way, that one in the top middle, that's Thelma Louise. Unfortunately. So right now we have Jordan Einhorn and Nick Marster still alive. But those are the only witnesses. Yeah, for some reason, a lot of Jacks... I might restart the checkpoint just to see if it fixes everything. So let me close out you, close out you, close out you. We did initiate the quantum ripple just now. And that occurred because when we went to go do this, we accidentally knocked an envelope into the trash can, and that was an invitation to the gala for one person. Okay, let me restart the checkpoint just to see if it starts doing the audio dialogue.
Still no word from Burke on.
So let's skip that little cutscene. Here we go.
Want us to send additional teams to search for Joyce?
Negative. Focus efforts on disposing of those witnesses. Clear any trace of our involvement. Jack will come to us at the island tonight.
During the gala? You're sure?
Positive. Dispose of the witnesses.
All right. Yes, a tailgate. So I do find it very plausible that this subdivision of Monarch for the quantum ripple causality did eventually evolve into the REC, the Ripple Effect Corporation, from Night Springs in the last DLC episode for Alan Wake 2. Even with the term ripple is right there. So, like, it's probably... This Monarch is probably this universe's comparison to the REC. Okay, let's try this again.
Everybody Monarch took from the university was on that board.
There we go.
2 lines to the deceased. Like they were nothing.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's do the ripple again. Drop that notice into there. Pop over here. And then we're going to do a quick pause and switch over to read the PR-only collectibles here. Let's pause and switch. Alright, so we have the PR, which is not you. Act 1, there we go. So it's the Monarch strategy poster. So this is what you find instead of the hit list right here, where they're talking about, it's kind of hard to read because it's so freaking blurry, but it's going to have PR contingency plans, media control, team leader Charlie Wincott, Amy Ferrero confession video, admission of guilt, the sympathetic protest takes the blame for the library incident, keywords to use, terrorist activity, lost control, dangerous criminal. And this reminds me of the approved terminology reminder in Control, where they want to put certain keywords out into the public consciousness while they're doing their PR strategy. Build a witch hunt, focus on Jack Joyce as a terrorist, and it just goes on and on about everything they're planning to do. And then the other one that pops into there is, let me see, the PR plan. So it's basically the exact same email from Martin Hatch, but with a little bit of variances. Just got word from Martin Hatch. Apparently our almighty overlord, J.K. Paulson, has given the green light for our PR proposal. We're implementing a broad PR strategy to deal with the public reaction to the university operations. That means that you will all be working with me directly for the next several hours. And this is coming from Charlie, whether you like it or not. That's directed at you, Dave. Wait. Was Dave the name of in the FBC Firebreak puppet shows where there always don't be a Dave and he keeps messing up? Is that the same Dave? Sorry, I just never thought about it. I'm gonna write that down. First up, news broadcast. I've skimmed through the list of witnesses pulled from the university and marked the best candidate to deliver our false confession. Amy Ferrero. Perfect mix of hot and sad puppy. Media will eat her up. Green screen and record equipment are being prepped as we speak. Time is of the essence. I need the video shot and delivered to me within the next half hour in order to get to the media in time. So get her ready for her 15 minutes of fame. We gotta be pinning all this on Jack Joyce, that wacky little domestic terrorist rascal. Somebody needs to take the fall, right? The device that Monarch stole from the university, but Charlie isn't allowed to know any further details about due to his security clearance, has been airlifted to the Ground Zero operations. I'm arranging covert transport to its final destination at Monarch Tower. I will be your eyes and ears in the sky monitoring traffic to make sure the route is clear. Also, I want my security clearance upgraded once this shit calms down. Level 4? Bullshit. Still searching for Joyce. Transport disappeared after entering the Ground Zero perimeter, digging through our hundreds of camera feeds to see if anything comes up. Even if we can't locate it ourselves, it's not like Joyce can go anywhere without somebody spotting him for once. Ferraro does her thing. Liam Brooke is leading the search on the ground. So this is before he found Liam was the quote-unquote traitor, and also probably right before... No. This would have been after the scene with Brenner, but before the scene with Fiona at that point. All right. Let's switch back over and get back to the game. Okay, so we've got you, cross you off. Let's get into some gameplay, everyone.
Is this the last of the witnesses? No. Reaper team's finishing up with the last of them in A3.
Didn't expect to be leaving the university with a kill list. Why not deal with them at the campus?
Too exposed at the campus to finish there. Had to move the whole lot here when things went south.
Goddamn mess. Media's gonna tear a hole in our ass. Who's on barrel and solvent duty?
Not me.
Ah, that missed all of them. That literally missed every single one. That sucks. Oh shit! I did not even see you there. Go away. No, you do not frag him. No fragging him. Oh my gosh, it's going so slow. You did not ID anybody. I cannot wait until I start working on the increased time during that. The upgrade for the dash freeze frame or the slow motion. So good. The QA lead on this game was Dave. Beautiful.
That's for Will.
And there's a back. No, that's not a backpack, but it is ammo. Let's go grab it. Wait. Yeah, let's switch over to that one for now. Okay, let's poke ahead around a little bit. Do IDAS, no clue what that means. Nothing going on in here. I don't see any echoes down here, though. I'm going to keep an eye out for those, because I do not have... I didn't find anywhere online where someone listed out every single echo in the game.
Elevator looks like the only way out of here.
Which is weird. You think someone would at some point, but...
There we go. The hell is that? Hello?
Jack, this is Beth Wilder.
Beth? You're the one my brother was looking for.
I'm the one who was attempting to rescue your ass until you decided to go on a gun-blazing ship parade through that warehouse. Now listen closely. You're at the outskirts of a Monarch Cronin harvesting operation, and Paul Serene is at the Drydocks nearby. Not a recipe for fun times. So how about...
Drydocks. If Paul's at the Drydocks, then that's where I'm
No!
headed.
Jack, the fracture is our only priority now. Time is ending. Will said he...
Will's dead. My best friend came back a goddamn monster. He knew this would happen. He prepared for it. Paul's the key to understanding all this, and I'm gonna find him.
We both know that if you find Serene, you're not gonna be asking questions. Think this through.
No. Well, technically the art book has a strategy guide built into it. It's kind of a 2-for-1 deal, but it's not very detailed, and nah, I'm not using a guide for this. The only guide I have is my stream notes, just to know when I'm gonna mention something specific. But I do know there is a Chronon source right here. So all these little Chronon sources we are finding as part of our upgrades, that's exactly what Monarch is trying to harvest right now. Because the more of that they get, the longer the lifeboat will last. And not only that, but they need to power their C Division suits. Because even in the end of time, they're going to be sending people out of the lifeboat into the streets of the Zero State report to harvest supplies and also try to farm extra Chronon that they may find there. Because there is still like mild sources of Chronon, even at the end of time.
Paul was at the Drydocks in the distance. I recognized the place. William had a workshop in that industrial area for years. I knew that couldn't be a coincidence.
Okay. So in terms of world building, this is also the location for their report's shipbuilding industry. This is where all the boats were built on the factory lines and then shipped out to whoever the buyer is. Okay, but first things first. Audio diary number 2. Wait, didn't we already listen to this? Hold on.
Your brother was hired as head advisor on Project Promenade. Given William's concerns with the project, why do you think he accepted the position?
Yeah, we already listened to that one. I guess it popped earlier than I expected. Hey, ZOZ, welcome on, Ian. Alright, so for some reason, I have a note to talk about this here, which... we'll talk about it later because it makes more sense. I don't know why I put it in here. But it's about Dr. Kim, and there's no segue here. So a lot of the graffiti in this area, most likely, because you had like either running gangs or running homeless that occupied the dry docks or the old shipbuilding factories after the economy turned down.
Pin again?
Yeah, I think so. Solutions. Building a better future. Are you fucking kidding me? I bought your goddamn stocks, you goose-stepping piece of shit! Who are you?
You Want to use my gun?
Hey,
Nah.
look at me!
I'm gonna fix this anyway. Just give me a second.
So you may think this is a contrivance that his gun just stopped working. But it's not. There's a lore reason for the misfire.
How did you...
You're the taxi guy. You drove me to university. What is all this?
They're killing everybody. Everybody from the university. They grabbed me out of my goddamn cab.
Jesus.
You saved my ass. How'd you get free?
I'm still figuring that out.
So, long story short, remember how we talked about... Yes, first of all, Dylan! What's up, buddy? But first of all, remember last
We're
time...
supposed to be the good guys.
Nick, I'm speaking. We talked about fixed points in terms of chaos theory, where certain events, once they've the waveforms collapse, they always will exist no matter how much time travel is involved. The universe will conspire to find a way to make sure it happens. Nick Marsters is involved in a fixed point at some point in the future, meaning that he essentially cannot die until he reaches that fixed point. He literally has quantum immortality. Right out of the Moorcock Institute episode of Night Springs from Alan Wake. The misfire is because, remember, Dr. Barclay Colvin holds the pistol to his head, and every single time he pulls the trigger, it misfires. Because with how it's set up, he literally cannot be killed because he's involved in a future fixed point. Same thing here. Nick is involved in a future fixed point, meaning he cannot die, no matter what happens. And that's why that gun misfired. For the same reason Dr. Colvin's gun misfired. Just a really cool little detail that... Yeah, Marama, you could say it's plot armor, but you know Remedy, they have to make a lower reason why somebody has plot armor.
You motherfuckers. Keep fighting. Those are my last words to her. Sent chills up my spine to think I might have...
We're not here to talk about Amy Ferrero.
Yeah, and Clarice knows what's going on the entire time. I mean, she is a Hatch loyalist, meaning she was involved throughout the entire operation, unfortunately. Alright, from Sophia to Paul. Hey Paul, the fracture occurred at exactly 4:15 a.m. just as you predicted. However, the stutters seem to be occurring at an alarming rate, much more frequently than we expected. I know better than to question your knowledge on the matter, but I just want to be sure that your timeline you proposed grants us enough time to do what must be done. You didn't receive your treatment before you left. I can't stress how important it is for you to continue consistent treatments or the efficiency will dwindle. We can't afford your sickness to intensify. Not now. Please come to the island to receive your treatment as soon as time permits. I'm worried about you. So Sophia's perspective here really plays into a difference in opinion. So Paul knows 2021, end of time. That's when it happens. But according to the math that Sophia's looking at, it's like, no, it's going to happen within the next few days, 5 years early. Which doesn't make sense. She's noting that an end of time will occur in 2016, but Paul experienced the end of time in 2021. And once it starts, it's not like the year changes. The year will permanently be in 2016 if it starts now. So, what Paul knows to be true, from what he witnessed as the fixed point, is obviously there's more to it because Sophia's math proves something else is going on. But Paul refuses to hear it. Because like, no, I saw the end of time. I know when it happened. So therefore, what you're saying, it must be wrong. Well, someone's got to be right. Or is it like a Aristotelian logic? They're both right. They're referring to two different events. Yeah, Tailgate. So Ogawa was seen in the E3 trailer, but it was a character named Kate Ogawa who was playing a security officer who was Paul Serene's ex-wife. This is Clarice Ogawa. It's a completely different character. The story got changed. Oh, sorry. I didn't read the top half of it. Sophia, yes, the fracture has begun, and yes, it will take its inevitable course, but you worry too much. I understand your concerns, but our preparations will be ready by the time it has run its course. Keep in mind that I've been to the end of time. I've seen how this plays out. We've taken every precaution necessary. Now we just need to make sure that the pieces fall into place. And the issue, the fallacy that Paul's coming into with this is he sees the end result, but he doesn't see everything that led up to it. And he doesn't see if anything comes after it. He presumes that nothing comes after it, but you can't really know that. And you don't know what happened in the 5-year gap between today and 2021. But he's acting like he does. It's like someone who knows the ending of the story, so they kind of ignore the rest of the narrative leading up to it. Anyways, we cannot cancel the gala tonight. The team needs reassurance that our plan is moving forward without further complications. Even those who aren't aware of the lifeboat protocol need the guarantee that their efforts are not in vain. They need to know that I'm in control. The university was only the first step. Now the real work begins. I'm almost finished up at Ground Zero. I will head to the island for my treatment very soon. I couldn't have done this without you, Sophia. And we have Martin Hatch's eye drops. They contain chronon, aka the time resource. Alright, so if we did the PR route, we would have Amy Ferrero being rescued right here, and she very specifically was told after she recorded the first video message where she was accusing Jack that Monarch is trying to make her record another one, and she comes to the realization that Monarch is never going to let her go. They're just going to keep her here and essentially milk her for PR content, where she's constantly going to be reiterating to the public news and the populace about all this BS. And yeah, he's trying to change what he can to optimize his ability to deal with the big problem at the future fixed point, which is the end of time. But the issue is, like, this is why I seriously think we should have given more resources to the Quantum Ripple Causality Research Subdivision, because they would be able to take any event and say, hey, this is where it ends. And we can confirm the event that caused the initial fracture. This division would be able to tell you if it caused the end of time. But we never asked them to look into it. And that right there would literally be the no questions asked. 100% guaranteed we know exactly what caused it, and that's what it is, but never looked. Because Paul presumed he already knew what caused it, so he never had his team that does this for a living even ask the question.
Look, I need to get to the Drydocks. Do you know how to get there?
Drydocks. Yeah, I think I know the way. Whatever you need, I got your back.
Thanks, buddy.
It's a push.
Thanks, buddy. I can't be the only one that's done that before.
We gotta make it through that building to get to the dry dock. Thank Christ you're okay. What about that guy you went to see at the campus? Did he get out all right?
No. Not exactly.
This is messed up, man. I trusted Monarch. We can't let them get away with this. Gate's locked. There's gotta be a gate doohickey around here.
I'll take a look.
I
can't believe this.
Hold on, I'll let him finish talking.
The world's gotta know what happened here.
They will. I'll make sure of it.
Yeah? I'm going WikiLeaks on these assholes when we get out. First, I gotta figure out how WikiLeaks works. But then I'm gonna WikiLeak the shit out of them.
Awesome, buddy.
Oh, by the way, how did you lay out those guys back there? Had you ever fired a gun before all this?
Yeah. I have.
Like, at a person?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he's been in some tight spots before, as he mentioned. So in the book, Nick isn't as goofy and he doesn't play the role of the comedy release. He's not the Barry Wheeler of the story. He's much more serious in the book. And I noticed while he was walking, he doesn't have the limp, because remember, Nick in the book injured his leg during his car accident, so he can't really walk very well with that leg. Like, he can still move around as he needs to, even in a hurry, but he can't, like, outright run like that without a visible limp to it. Service bulletin. Estimated expenses for the next 6 months. This is from the shipping industry, and they kind of just left it here after they closed. What is that saying? S6 something to... I cannot... It says February 17, 1996. There's no dates in 1996 in the timeline of this game that mean anything.
Oh, hey, the gate's open. Okay, gate's closing too fast.
Not necessarily.
Oh, shit!
Whoa, shit. What are you, some kind of goddamn X-Man? That was...
Okay. Don't panic. It's,
friggin' sick, man!
Alright. Not the reaction I expected.
You can call me Iceman.
I knew this kind of crap existed! Driving a cab, I've seen some stuff, man. Oh, I'm just glad you're on my side. So you're like a government experiment. Did they tell you what's going on here?
I only know what my brother told me. Time is breaking down, and Monarch is involved somehow.
Shit. It's like Watergate all over again.
It's really not.
So what is this place? What was Monarch doing at the university?
Get me to that dry dock, and I'll find out.
So, question. For the graffiti, who are the Phantoms? We see this graffiti showing the Phantoms all over the place. And hopefully it's just like the name of some local gang. But it'd be crazy if there was something else in the background there. Oh, and yeah, we just have to have AWE right here. Altered World Events or the Alan Wake Experience? Who knows?
Looks like there's an open window up above.
It's worth a shot. Wait here, I'll try that.
Oh god, Persona 5 reference. This came out long before
Man,
Persona
this
5,
place
though.
gives
Don't
me
worry.
creeps. Monarch bought up the whole area in 2010,
think.
but the real question is, why was everyone so eager to sell? I've heard everything from radiation leaks to ghost stories. Personally, I think this place is haunted. And I got theories, man. Okay, check it out. You know how we all got jobs? What makes us think that it's not the same for ghosts in the ghost world? You still with me? Okay.
I'm with you.
So this whole place was a huge industrial area, and it's where all the ghosts did all the ghost work, you know, building ghost boats or whatever. And then in 2010, they all lost their jobs. There was a big ghost recession, and now they just creep around all unemployed. Or
Ghost recession.
Okay, that last part needs some work, but the first part's pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, that's definitely a theory.
All right, Nick. Okay, Okay, I'm being serious here. How insane would it be if Nick was basically the Usopp of this universe? where his random conspiracy theories all turn out to be true.
Maybe I could boost you up to that window. No, it's too high. You'll figure something out.
That would be freaking amazing. I'm not gonna lie. Well, that's also why they... Yeah, Bomb, I agree. That's why the ghosts quit their jobs, because they're trying to do some ghost tax evasion or something. I mean, like, we joke about it, but there is precedent for that kind of a thing to happen. So, let's flash back to Max Payne, where we have the intuition he gains from the Valkyr overdose, where in his dreams he witnesses events. He's basically data mining his universe and picking out information. Also, we have Saga, who's able to perceive things as well. There, even characters like Alan and Clay Stewart and Thomas Emerson, for example, are able to use the Dark Place to witness different points in time. With that ability, regardless of what form it takes, someone could technically have an unconscious understanding of things in their universe and how they operate without knowing it for sure, and their quote-unquote conspiracy theories are just those unconscious knowledge bubbling up to the surface. I mean, that's it. The logic fits. It technically could happen with how the Remedyverse functions. That is how crazy people justify their craziness. Yeah, you legit cannot argue against the possibility. Your Wi-Fi's being bad. No worries, Lemon. Thanks for stopping by, and hello there. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the quick upgrade on the threat detection. Alright, how much more do we need before we can get the increased range? We need 5 more Chronon upgrades. Okay. And then we can start working on the combat upgrades. But this is just so that we won't miss any, or at least hopefully won't miss any of the echoes. Okay, so Irwin and PHM are definitely some of the artists. Names are everywhere. You think it's like a signature for some of the graffiti artists? It might have to do with the real-life artists who contributed the graffiti for the game assets. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Is that another one of those rewind things? Starting to get the hang of this.
Hiya! Nick, please stop with the conspiracy theories. Who graffitied it? Force, I presume that, because, again, this is an industrial district where the economy has completely broken down, so it's been abandoned. And most likely, it's just, like, local gangs running around tagging the place up. I mean, that's the easiest explanation.
Made it. Now to get to that door.
Okay, so we got some engineer stuff up here. Boom. Boom. Alright, Nick, get on in here.
I was starting to get a little antsy out there.
You're good.
All right, where are we going to next? Oh, hey, there's a map over here. We can figure out the best route to the Drydocks. Hey, Magellan, you want to take a look at the map?
I mean, I can. You're looking at it yourself.
Security's tight. We might have to head through that area called Ground Zero to get there.
That's the exact area where my brother used to have his workshop.
Your bro. You think he's connected to this somehow?
I'm gonna find out. You should stay here for now. I have a feeling the next part's gonna get messy.
Yeah, I don't do messy. All right. I'll guide you to the Drydocks from here on the radio. Channel 3. I'll open up the door for you.
That is so true, Trailblazer. Maybe the Phantoms are a union of the ghost workers here. They're just called the Phantoms. Alright, so we need to switch over and do a quick... 1 second. So we're going to do a quick switch over to look at a PR-only collectible. So we have Amy's Confession newscast. Let me close out of you. And they actually don't have a link for the newscast. Okay. So it's basically just her throwing Jack under the bus, and the newscaster is a woman named Belinda Wu. That's it, but apparently we do not have the actual video in the link, so sorry about that. Also, if Amy was saved in the PR route here, she's going to apologize to Jack about putting out the false statement.
You go ahead. I'll guide you from here.
Hey, but I gotta read some collectibles, Nick. Alright, so this is from Ashton Levy to Gil Kenstru. Gil, were you with Prowler Unit at the uni hearing all kinds of rumors that Jack Joyce took out 7 squads on his own? They're saying he's Chronon active without any kind of tech. We're getting sources about him freezing operators, disappearing into thin air. Even heard one about him being in 2 places at once at the same damn time. So, one bit of lore in the novel is that legitimately Jack's body, by becoming Chronon active, he is a reoccurring source of Chronon, where he literally just will generate it naturally. So this is never done in the game or in the book, but feasibly speaking, if you basically abducted Jack, or Paul for that matter, because he's in the same boat, you could literally harvest them for Chronon indefinitely, because they're constantly regenerating it at the end of the day. You can turn it into kind of like a horror show at that point if you really wanted to, but they never went that route. I thought it was all bullshit, but we just got word that his transport went missing after it entered Ground Zero perimeter. How the hell does that happen? We got reason to be alarmed. They ain't telling us shit over here. And then Gil's response. It's all rumor and conjecture from what I hear. I wasn't at the university, but there's no way Joyce took out all those guards. He's just some random guy, not a trained assassin. The stories floating around make it sound like he's shooting laser beams out of his goddamn asshole. Anyway, they got Liam Burke hunting him down right now, so I think it's safe to say Joyce is fucked. Off the record, I heard Paul Serene has been investigating a potential traitor within Monarch. Somebody's been accessing all kinds of confidential information. Remember that research Dr. Amaral was doing to find a permanent cure for Serene's sickness? Rumor has it somebody sabotaged the tests. Had to start over. Just a few weeks later, the uni-op goes sour. Willing to bet the same person sabotaged us there. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, and this is the first evidence we get that there is someone on the inside trying to push Paul to becoming a shifter and taking him out of control. Which is why I think it's a better narrative if the time machine broke at the beginning of the game because of sabotage versus just a random miscalculation and missed variables in the equation. Because in other parts of the game, they flat out say, yes, someone's sabotaging Paul and his efforts. So it makes sense. Hey, there's Joey. The lady's just woken up. She was sleeping on the desk. Hi there, sweet girl. Alright, so interesting little thing here. This is a piece of cut content, but a lot of what comes into this Ground Zero site was in a different location originally. So, in one of the earlier designs... Actually, hold on. I think the cat wants to go outside. Let me let her out before I go on this little rant. Good job, cat. You're knocking things over already. Ugh. Or not. Or not. She literally goes right up to the door and asks to go out, and in the second I open it, she's like, "Yeah, I'm good." Anyway, so there was a location in the game originally called for the Steel Mill, which was located not in Riverport, but in a neighboring town. And the thing with the Steel Mill is it was a natural there was a natural deformation in the Meyer-Joyce field there. In essence, the flow of time and the physics that governs it had a natural breakdown in this location around the steel mill. And as a result, it was a huge harvesting ground for Chronon, for Monarch. So they literally had a Chronon operation at the mill for the sole purpose of making use of that natural deformation in the Meyer-Joyce field. With that said, talking about Nick's comment that he thinks this place is haunted. So normal people, if they walk into this abandoned steel mill, because it is abandoned at this point, they flat out say that they hear things. There's disembodied voices. They see visions. There's like all kinds of just weird things that happen in that area. Because what's happening is different timelines and different periods of time are kind of like all merging together. It's just kind of chaotic. So obviously you're going to see and hear weird shit. And there's a rumor that the mill is haunted for this very same reason. Now, the reason I mention this is because in the Alan Wake universe and the Quantum Break universe obey two completely different sets of physics. So in here, we have a deformation in the Meyer-Joyce field. In the Alan Wake universe, you could refer to that as a threshold leading to the dark place. Because in essence, they serve the same function. If the universe is maintained by certain principles, there is a hole or breakdown of those principles that lead to weird things going on. In Alan Wake, it's because it's a gateway, kind of like the oil derricks and Cauldron Lake lead to the dark place. In the Quantum Break universe, it's deformations in the Meyer-Joyce field. And we know of two of them. The Still Mill, which, again, was cut from the game, but we can presume that things like that actually happen. And the cave that a certain someone found way back in time and was a natural time machine that led to that character becoming a shifter. So the question would be, are these locations consistent between the both universes? So if in the Quantum Break universe, if someone traveled to Cauldron Lake in Bright Falls, for example, it wouldn't be a doorway into the dark place. It would just be a deformation in the Meyer-Joyce field that would also cause weird shit to happen there. So it's the same kind of thing, but the rules of how the physics of how it functions are completely different. But that begs the question, if, for example, someone from the Alan Wake universe traveled to the steel mill outside of Riverport, Massachusetts, would they find a hole to the dark place there? If they went to that one cave in Africa, would they find a door to the dark place there? Or in this universe, if they traveled to the Arizona desert to that oil derrick, would they find a deformation in the Meyer-Joyce field? So that's the little thing we have to keep in mind, is that things we learn from here can be transposed over to the other, the main Prime Remedy universe, but in different forms. They function in different ways, but you can kind of get like an echoed similarity between the two.
Mr. Serene's chopper is inbound for...
Hey, Clarice? That you?
This is HQ Alpha. Charlie, I told you to stay off the operations channel.
Sure, Clarice, listen. Hatch told me to search for Joyce. I've got footage of Bert taking out a guard in A1. Back of Monarch truck was left open. Now I'm checking cameras in A3 and guards are either sleeping on the job or, not sleeping. You know what I'm saying? Catch my drift?
Joyce.
With a trajectory towards kicking over some expensive-ass sandcastles. Look, I'm gonna keep looking for him. I'm just giving you a heads up, okay? Over an hour or whatever.
Okay. Trying to make sure we're caught up on collectibles. We absolutely are. And we cannot look at the results of this Quantum Ripple until we watch the next episode. So we're kind of stuck out of it. Okay. Are you going to open the door? All right, Nick. Ready to open the door for me? Oh, the door actually already is open. Never mind, I'm dumb. Hi, there's Zoe. How you doing, sweetheart?
Still no word on Joyce's location. Yeah, I heard his brother scream like a bitch when he died. When he shows his face, I'll make him do the same.
Son of a...
Did I scream?
Get the hell out of here. You guys are
My powers were
assholes.
unpredictable. They kept growing by leaps and bounds. Nick, are you there?
Such a broken ability.
Talk to me. Where am I going?
That warehouse is split into 2 halves. Find the exit, take the alley to the other side, and let me know when you're there.
All right.
But that also begs the question, in the Prime Remedy verse, did something similar to this happen in that universe's version of Riverport? Not exactly like this, but similar enough where there is a narrative overlap. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. We see narrative overlaps in fiction all the time. Address Unknown, Lords and Ladies, Captain Baseball Bat Boy, all the Dick Justice, Night Springs. I'd presume every universe has different variations of the same stories. Okay, Cat. Can I have my notes back, please? Please? I guess she's not gonna let me look at my notes.
Oh, great.
Shotgunner advancing on hostile. You want to talk this out?
I don't think he wants to talk this out. Still alive. That sucks. There we go. Nice and safe. Alright, let's see where we're at. No, you're not.
Oh.
Shit. Nobody else over here. We're good. I wonder if in the hard difficulty, the hitbox for the headshots is smaller. Because it is so much easier to get the headshots in easy difficulty. Bro, are you gonna... Can I shoot you through there? You know what? You're fine. You just stay up there. Okay, those two are down. Where's the advanced SMG? Because that is the best weapon in the game. We don't have it yet. Okay. Still alive? Oh my god, you're an asshole. You're taking nothing down. Oh, you went right behind the pillar? You, sir, are a dick. Or it might take 2 headshots. What it might be is that the headshot isn't an instant kill. It's not an instant kill, but it does so much crit damage that in the easier difficulties it does instant kill them, but in this one it's not enough to kill them outright.
It's Nick, by the way.
Jack.
Okay, there's a door on the upper level leading to a sky bridge, but looks like you need to turn off security to get it open.
How do I do that?
On the map, there's a squiggly line that leads from the door to a big square, and that square has 2 squigglies leading to little circles.
What the fuck does that mean? What am I doing here?
I don't know, man. I'm not the superhero. Find the door, follow a squiggly line to a box, more squigglies, circles, do something. Security turns off and you're golden.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Yeah, he was not as much of a joke character in the book. And honestly, I appreciate both versions of the character.
Joyce just took out Gatehouse Squad and you still don't have eyes on him? What do they pay you for over there, huh?
Charlie, just tell me where he is.
Do I hear please?
Charlie?
Warehouse B4. Better hurry.
Storehouse 1. You heard him? Move in.
On our way.
Okay, this is from...
Hey, how we doing, boss?
Still searching for circles.
Oh, yeah. They're not like literally squares and circles. The square is some kind of security console. Squiggles are cables, I think? Follow the cables.
You couldn't have just said that to begin with?
Thought I was clear enough?
He was clear enough. I understood. Alright, so from Beth to Liam. I'm starting to grow suspicious about what's going on here. I have a hunch you feel the same way. I've been allowed a lot of freedom to come and go in my position, but it comes to cost of very low clearance. Most members of the team know something I don't, and they're not eager to share. Tomorrow's operation is more than a simple retrieval mission. There are dates and times marked with detailed events that are expected to come to pass. I've seen charts with Fracture 4:15 a.m. labeled. It's way too much of details for a plan. It's like it's all been mapped out. How? Something big is coming. I can feel it. They've told us our directive is to protect our world from dangers that lie ahead. If that's so, then why do I get the feeling there's something coming that we're doing absolutely nothing to stop? And if everybody else knows this, then why the hell is nobody acting on it? I can't sit back and watch if there's even a chance that this could put Emily in danger. I need to know more. Serene won't answer my questions. Hatch is closed book. I'm hoping you're an open one. Sorry, this is from Liam to Beth. So we are already seeing that he's disillusioned with Monarch as it stands, which means the flip is a lot easier at the beginning of, or the end of episode 1, or Act 1. Let's use the right words here. Because I saw some people saying, it's like, oh, he seemed to flip and turn on Monarch so quickly. Well, this email to Beth, he's already questioning things, and he feels like Beth is a safe person to go talk to. Mr. Hatch, I've been monitoring company email servers and found something interesting. Just thought you might want to know that your golden boy has been a bit snoopy as of late, attaching his email below. And that's why you don't send personal emails on your work computers. You never do that.
Okay, security's down.
Damn, that was quick.
Because you know all your emails are going to be monitored. I don't get that. But the thing is, it seems as though it's not Paul that's getting notice of this, it's Hatch that's getting notice of all this. Oh, shoot.
Find cover!
Shoot. Come on, reactivate.
It's Joyce.
Come on. Get my ability back. It's not gonna give it to me. Shoot. Shit. Where is he? Where is the other guy? I don't see him.
It's that guy from the university.
Hopefully I can take this guy out with one more. Nope, not enough. Oh my god, take him out. Take out the Juggernaut. Where is he? There he is. I'm almost out of ammo, so I'm gonna need a backpack pretty soon. Hatch is this universe's scratch? No, Hatch is this universe's door. Quite literally, it's this universe's Mr. Door. And if you want to go down a certain line of thinking, it's this universe's Maxwell's Demon. Well, we'll talk more about that in Act 5. I think Act 5.
Nick, I'm on the bridge.
Oh, map says you're heading towards a storage facility for, Meyer Joyce particles and harvesting equipment.
Joyce particles? This whole operation is based on my brother's research.
Your bro? You don't think he's working for...
No. I don't know what to think, but Paul is up to something big. See if you can find out more.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay.
That renders Ground Zero obsolete in the near future. I'm queuing up the presentation to make sure everybody remembers the essentials before we proceed. Hello.
Sophia
I'm Dr.
Amaral.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sophia Amaral. Over the past 6 years, Monarch has made vast technological advances in the area of Meyer-Joyce particles, better known as chronon particles. On July 4th, 2010, unique temporal anomalies began to occur in a very small and focused area we now refer to as Ground Zero, located within the Riverport Industrial Zone. This resulted in extremely dense emissions of chronon particles, creating the perfect conditions for extraction, which led to the chronon harvesting operation you see today. All of Monarch's chronon technology relies on these particles, most notably the chronon field regulator, or CFR, which is the only device that can ensure stabilization and regulation of mass quantities of these particles. When the time is right, the entire supply of chronon containers will be transported from this location to the Monarch headquarters, where the CFR is located. Only authorized personnel are to handle the containers directly. Unique temporal anomalies become more frequent with closer proximity to the Ground Zero perimeter when entering the yellow zone. This yellow zone emits dense chronon pockets ripe for harvesting. The Ground Zero perimeter itself is never to be entered under any conditions. We refer to this area as the red zone, where time no longer flows in a consistent manner and shifts without warning. Many who have entered Ground Zero have never returned.
Yeah, Amaral. Over the
Monarch's a
past
resident
6
chronon
years,
scientist.
Monarch has made vast technological advances
She must know a lot of the same stuff Will did.
Okay. Let's take a look. Oh, they're all freaking clumped up there. Perfect. Boom! 4 for 1. 4 for the cost of 1. Love it. Oh my god, I am just missing every single shot. 2 down. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay. Still not down? Damn. Got him. Okay, we're good. And there's a couple guys right upstairs, and we have our explosion. Good. Okay. Get out of here.
Nick.
Perfect.
I'm in the harvesting warehouse.
Looks like there's no clear exit on the ground level. Head for the upper floors when you're ready.
That actually might be a hard mode thing, because I haven't been seeing backpacks anywhere, and that's usually how we replenish all of our ammo. So that just might be a thing.
No clear exit down here. May have to head upward.
Alright, so while we're standing around here, I think it's a good time to talk about certain time powers that got cut from the game.
Be something I can use to get up there.
Now, I think this would have been really cool if they managed to pull this off, but they ended up cutting it. So one of them had to do with a rewind ability, where essentially you can get to a point and then hit the rewind button, and Jack would go zip all the way back to a point in time before you made that like 5-second decision, but then you would watch a duplicate of Jack start moving around and doing exactly what you originally did, while you, as the second version of him in a different time stream, went around and did something else. Which I think would be freaking cool as hell, but they weren't able to get it working properly. And there was also another one where you could kind of do something similar, where you just split Jack into two versions of himself. One ran off of an AI model, and one was running off of your own actions. But it really dives more into the idea of Jack as a Chronon active individual, learning how to tap into two different parallel timelines. One where he went left, and one where he went right, and you're seeing both of them happen in real time. I think that'd be really cool. Like you're ghost racing in the game. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Chronon Tech Phase 2 milestone. Sending a quick email to make sure that all divisions of Chronon R&D department are on schedule. As you know, Monarch will be moving to Phase 3 on October 9th upon completion of the university operation. High-level milestone deliverables for Phase 2 as followed. Ground Zero harvesting OP. By the end of Phase 2, we're expecting to have officially harvested enough Chronon particles from the Ground Zero operation to fuel necessary Chronon tech indefinitely. Access to the red zone should all be completely prohibited from this point forward. All harvesting equipment will be dismantled and returned to Monarch Tower during Phase 3. And that's because once the lifeboat protocol hits, then they're going to need extra harvesting material at that time. CFR research. All research regarding the CFR must be complete, and CFR must be returned to the Monarch Tower for safekeeping. Lifeboat. Prototype testing phase of the lifeboat should be complete. Further testing will commence once the CFR is returned to Monarch Tower. Chronon Tech. Alpha build tech must be complete for all armor and weaponry. Beta test will commence during Phase 3. Dampener must have reached approved proof of concept deliverables. Please read the milestone booklet to make sure all departmental deliveries are achieved. And again, their timeline is entirely based upon the idea that 2021 is when the end of time begins, meaning they think they have 5 years to harvest Chronon for the lifeboat and then develop their technology. No, that's an assault SMG, not an advanced SMG. Different one, though. Come on, there you are. The Phantoms.
Oh, not your average elevator.
Okay. Kaboom. Where am I at? Actually, right there. I am right there. So before we get started, we have some audio diaries to listen through.
October 9th. William Burke fucked the rescue operation. Put him on the trail of the lifeboat to buy some time, make sure he didn't find out what I'm really up to. Jack's gone. Disappeared while I had a goddamn gun to my head. Tried to contact him, but he's out for blood. Dealing with goddamn amateurs. This isn't how this was supposed to go. She never told me the fracture would start at the university. I could have stopped it, avoided all of this. Why didn't she warn me? She knew that this would happen. Why the hell didn't she warn me?
Okay. And then we have Jack's number 3.
Let's talk about a cab driver named Nick Marsters. Where is he? Why is he helping you?
You tried to kill him. I don't think you like that.
What does he know about?
Like, he was the only one I got there in time to save. I saw that room. The bodies. None of the witnesses from the university got out alive.
Let's focus on...
No, you fucking killed them. All of them. You went too far. Seeing those bodies changed everything. I knew I had to stop it. Stop it from ever happening in the first place.
Nick Marsters, where is he?
Fuck you.
I think it's time to take a break.
Yeah, you're not going to burn a source. Alright, so we're going to take a quick switch over to the wiki so we can listen to the PR version of that audio diary. So let's go. Okay, so Jack Joyce, diary number 3, PR route.
You rescued Amy Ferrero at the Ground Zero operation. We know that she downloaded classified Monarch documents. Documents regarding our plans. The CFR, the lifeboat protocol. We believe you're in possession of these stolen files.
Monarch framed me. Made the entire city believe I was a terrorist to cover up their tracks. I figured the world might want to know the truth.
You never released the documents to the public.
Well, depending on how this conversation goes, that could always change. Don't make me grumpy.
I got blackmail material. Okay, so let's close out of you, move out of there, and hop back into the game. Okay, so we've got another Chronon source in here, and then we're going to be running out.
Hey, Jack. I found a bunch of files here about your bro. Monarch started monitoring his workshop in 1999. They pressured him to sell in 2010 and set up some Chronon harvesting operation surrounding the building.
What was Will doing in there?
Those dates, 1999 and 2010, keep coming up in these files. Here is where it gets scary. 2010 minus 1999 equals 11. Times 11 by 2010, flip it backwards, 01122. It's not exact, but it's like a couple numbers off from being our zip code.
Uh-huh. Keep me posted.
And we joke about that, but look here at the bottom. Number sequence of 01122 is featured in the results yielded once the fixed equation is implemented. You say I'm joking about Nick possibly being the Usopp of the story, but it's actually a thing. And there is no way you could have known that. I've already checked all the computers, Vest. I got all the collectibles up to this point. Yeah, because there's a computer right there. I've already checked it. Unless you're saying there's a different computer that's not tracked as a collectible. What do you mean left of me? Are you talking about this computer right here? Because it's just a gun sitting on top of the counter. It's not something you can... Yeah, you can't check that computer. That's just a gun. That's what that icon is. I mean, I can show you. Let me just hop off real quick, but... Oh, it's because you want me to grab the advanced SMG. See, unfortunately, this is not going to be as effective because you don't have access to infinite ammo with the backpacks. But yes, this is the best weapon in the game, in my opinion, because the spread is smaller. You can be more accurate with it. Alright, so let's get them one more Chronon source, and we'll head outside and get to Draco's favorite part of the entire Remedyverse. I know you're gonna love this part, Draco. We have 4 and we need 6. Okay, so we got 2 more and then we can max out that and then start working on the actual combat improvements. And boom. Yeah, I like the pistol personally too, Trailblazer.
Okay. Getting closer, I think. Now, which way's the dry dock?
Ooh, that's 5.
Not bad, Jack.
I got that briefcase we lifted from William Joyce's car. Laid out the contents in the trailer. You want me to go through?
No. Serene wants the first look. Till then, hands off.
Trailer generator crapped itself, hooked up the car to use until the maintenance gets around. So yes, car battery to open the door. Makes sense.
Okay, looks like the trailer has power now.
It was bad before. It's real bad now. It's bad, and Bobby's mad, people. Okay. So we don't know exactly what went down. But that library came down way ahead of schedule. There's gonna be a body count, and there's every indication Monarch security people have put in some long, hard hours earning their jackbooted thug merit badge. And why? Why's this happening? We don't know. And Monarch ain't saying. We've asked for a statement, but they're keeping stum. We know the demolition charges went off ahead of schedule. We have those reports of brutality. We know there were people popping off shots. We know there are people who will never see their families again, for Christ's sakes. Where are the damn cops on this? We need some goddamn answers.
And I forgot to track down the name of the song. I have it on the website for the licensed music, but I forgot to write it down in my notes, so I apologize. But before we do that, let's listen to the PR version of that radio broadcast. Ground Zero, this is going to be... Oh, actually, I have it right over here. All radio broadcasts. So this will be the Teresa Sedmark show. So if you do PR, this is the new radio host for the local news station.
Hello, Riverport. This is Teresa Sedmak, filling in for Bobby Radford. Bobby's taking a little break for health reasons. I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing him a speedy recovery. Just take all the time you need, Bobby. We've got your back. Now, not to get too serious on you right out of the gate, but here's the latest on the awful tragedy down at Riverport University. The authorities are now looking for Jack Joyce, believed to be the mastermind behind the terrorist action at the university and personally responsible for several deaths. Details are still scarce, but it's believed Joyce's own brother, William Joyce, is among the dead. Little about Joyce is known yet, but given the actions of the activist group he was part of, it is now clear that allowing the anti-corporate protest to continue has backfired at a great human cost. Joyce's current whereabouts are unknown. Fortunately, security personnel from Monarch Solutions were on site and managed to intervene, saving countless lives. We'll keep you updated as this story develops. And now...
Have you ever seen a product...
Shh! I don't like ads. Go away, advertisements. So yeah, Monarch-approved propaganda. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So yeah, so in the PR, Teresa will be here the entire time, and we don't see Bobby again.
Paul's men had taken the briefcase from Will's car, dumped the contents on the table. Will had said he needed something from his briefcase to stop the fracture. Wasn't much there, but his phone and a key to the Bradbury swimming pool. Not the most obvious clues.
Jack, it's Beth. Monarch got footage of some idiot accessing Facebook from a nearby security station. Please tell me said idiot isn't with you.
Nick, I gotta go back for him.
Don't. I'll pick him up. Where are you?
I'm on my way to Paul at the Drydocks.
Serene's not the priority. I'm getting you out of there. I'll meet you at the Drydocks. Channel 1 is the Monarch frequency. Use it to keep ahead of them. And Jack, don't do anything stupid.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Alright, everyone. So I am going to go ahead and rest my voice right now. Draco, if you want to mute the game for a little bit, feel free. But we have the screenplay from Ruth Livingstone, Time knife! You guys ready for some time knife? Time knife. So, I'm gonna rest my voice and not do this myself. Because, you know what? I really don't want to do all of the voices. So instead... Well, for starters, let me go ahead and skip through this ad real quick. Instead, we're gonna allow the pros to read Time Knife with all the proper voice acting. Because, yes, we have a live reading of Time Knife with the cast, and done and hosted by the lady who goes on to play Agent Estevez in Alan Wake 2. You guys ready for this? I'm gonna let them do the reading for me, because they are so much better. Let's go.
But I play Quantum Break. These three people are in it. The thing that we're about to read for you is an Easter egg that you can find in the game. It's a screenplay written by Bruce Livingstone. It's actually been written by Tyler. This is the writer himself.
Thank you, Tyler. Draco curses your name.
We're now going to attempt to do the live reading of Time Knife.
To our clap syncs?
Oh yes, we should. Thank you, editor.
Yeah.
Okay.
The video does glitch, but the audio keeps
I'll
going.
do it. Ready? 1, 2.
Okay. Act 1. Interior, office, night. Bruce Savage stands in his office. He is sexually attractive. Somebody knocks on Bruce's door, and he opens it. It's a scientist lady. She looks like a librarian with glasses, but she is actually a scientist. You can tell that because she has a lab coat.
Help me.
Okay.
Take this knife because some bad apples are trying to steal it, and it is very important.
Okay.
What's your name, handsome?
I'm Bruce. Let's shake hands.
Bruce and Lady Scientist shake hands.
Wow, you almost broke my hand with that handshake. You are definitely a tough guy.
She is impressed with Bruce's strength. She looks at his large biceps like they are delicious pieces of ham, but she doesn't want to eat them.
Here is the knife.
Lady Scientist hands Bruce the knife. It looks mostly like a knife, but also like a time machine, because it is both a knife and a time machine, but Bruce doesn't know that yet. Goons break through the windows and shoot the scientist lady. She dies.
Here is the knife.
Damn it,
Lady
glitch.
Scientist hands Bruce the knife. It looks mostly like a knife, but also like a time machine, because it is both a knife and a time machine, but Bruce doesn't know that yet. Goons break through the windows and shoot the scientist lady. She dies.
Avenge me.
Okay. Bruce kills the goons with his legs by doing lots of kicking at them. They are dead real quick.
Looks like I got a leg up on you guys.
The audience probably laughs here. So Bruce waits to deliver his next line for around 5 seconds, so that everybody has calmed down.
What is so special about this knife?
Bruce stabs the knife into his chair. The chair disappears.
The chair disappeared.
He looks at a picture on his wall, which is a big photograph from 1932 with lots of people from 1932 in it. Bruce's chair is in the picture.
Interesting. My chair traveled back in time to 1932, when I stabbed it. When I stab things, they travel through time. That explains why this knife also looks like a knife. That explains why this knife looks like a knife, but also looks like a time machine, because it is both.
Bruce's real goofy friend from across the hall runs into the room. He trips on something on the floor. His name is Slobbo. He isn't as fat as his name sounds.
Ah, yeah.
That is Slobbo's catchphrase, and he says it in a real funny way.
Bruce, you You saved my life.
The lady scientist was only faking being dead.
Are you married?
Only to my job.
Oh, I find that attractive, but also respectable.
She kisses Bruce's cheek.
What about my cheek? Oh, man.
That is Slobbo's other catchphrase, which he says in a different but equally funny way. Bruce waits a few seconds for the audience to stop laughing.
Ha 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 ha. Sorry, that's my best fake laugh.
Before speaking.
Wait. Those lips were man lips, not woman lips.
Bruce pulls off the lady scientist wig. She is actually Bruce's boss, Paul Marine. Paul Marine is a douche.
My boss! But why?
I wanted to kill those guys. I wanted you to kill those guys because they wanted me dead. And I knew you were real tough, so you could kill them easy. But I don't respect you as an employee, so I also make you do the shitty jobs, even though you've been working at my company more than most of the other guys and are real smart. Also, I don't like you because my girlfriend finds you sexually attractive.
Now I understand.
Give me my time knife back.
Paul Marine snaps his fingers. And 73 goons surround Bruce.
There's 73 of us.
I don't have time for this.
Bruce stabs himself with the time knife and disappears.
He time traveled using the time knife.
Bruce opens the door. Now he is twice as jacked.
You're even more sexually attractive. How is this possible?
I stabbed myself and traveled to the past, then trained in all kinds of martial arts to become even stronger. I also strapped explosives into everybody's boots in the past, so that when I press this detonator, you will all explode.
Yeah.
I'm glad I have stocks in this company.
Why?
Because business is booming.
Bruce presses the detonator, and all 73 goons blow up like eggs in a microwave. Paul Marine doesn't explode.
Luckily, I used my metal detector this morning and found the explosives, so I switched boots with somebody else. Say, Slobbo, whose boots are you wearing?
No!
Slobbo explodes.
Say that again.
Slobbo explodes.
My best friend, you'll pay for this.
You don't want to stab me with that time knife.
Why not?
Because I'm actually you. From the future.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. Remember that time knife is also a time machine. I am you from the future, but I stabbed myself with the time knife in order to come back here and do all of this.
But we don't look the same.
That is a good point, and I am glad you brought it up. First, I time traveled 700 years into the future, to a time where humans have created advanced technology that allows surgeries that completely change people's faces and bodies. I had this surgery performed so that you wouldn't be able to recognize me, but I am actually you in disguise, and I can prove it because I know many things about you.
Like what?
Like you have a birthmark on your left ankle.
I do have a birthmark on my left ankle. I am starting to believe you now.
Dude, Janina's trying so hard not to
should,
break down right here.
Because even though I have a new body and I kept that birthmark on my left ankle so that when I met you I could prove that I was actually you from the future. Now I will show you.
Paul lifts up the left leg of his pants.
Shit, do it again.
Paul lifts up the left leg of his pants. But there is no birthmark. Instead, there is an ankle holster for a gun. Paul pulls out the gun and aims it at Bruce.
I was lying this whole time. I'm not actually you. I was just saying all that so I could get my gun.
Son of a bitch.
Works
also, in the
every
future, I
time.
melted the time knife and turned it into bullets. These bullets are now in this gun, which means that I can shoot you, but also send you through time all at once. Finally, you will be out of my way so that I can marry my girlfriend Sophie later today before you're able to tell her that I'm a real shitty guy.
I didn't know you were getting married today.
I know. My girlfriend Sophie made an invitation for you because she admires you and thinks you're attractive, but I destroyed the invitation, then I lied to her and said that I gave it to you at work. But now I am here to give you a different invitation. To your funeral.
Paul Marine shoots at Bruce. Slobbo jumps in front of Bruce.
No!
Slobbo wasn't actually dead. He jumps in front of the bullets and is shot several times. Now he is actually dead.
Avenge me.
Okay.
Bruce goes to attack Paul Serene, but now Paul Marine has disappeared.
He's gone.
Slobbo is dying on the ground, covered in blood. His body is red, like a hot dog covered in lots of ketchup.
You must stop the wedding. You are totally a better guy and clearly more attractive than Paul. You should be dating his girlfriend, Sophie.
We all need hype men
Slobbo
like Slobbo.
dies. Bruce just sits there next to Slobbo for a while because many people will be crying at this point. He eventually gets up.
Looks like I'm
Sorry,
going
that probably
to a
broke the
wedding.
microphone.
After all,
he holds out the time knife.
Somebody's got to cut the cake.
Cut the cake means he's going to kill Paul. The audience will understand this because of the way the actor says it. It's a real intense moment. Bruce puts on his shades. End of Act 1.
Yay!
And we are back, everybody. That will be the end of Act 1 of Time Knife. And we will have to wait until next time before we can get Act 2. Alright, guys. Serious question. Are we gonna apply the rules of the Prime Remedyverse to this one, which means that the Time Knife is a real universe in the multiverse map? Because you know in my mostly complete lore of the Remedyverse, I'm including a Remedyverse map. I absolutely think we need to include Time Life as a real universe, and because it's a real universe in the RCU, that means that what happens in it can echo out into reality. It echoes into reality as canon, and we have to keep everything that happens in mind moving forward into other games. So when we, next month, start playing Control Resonant, it is required reading that everyone is very intimately familiar with Time Knife, because it's going to be the secret to the entire game. It's canon. Alright, guys. Scene. Let's continue. Moving on with life. Alright, next steps. To Martin Hatch from Clarice Ogawa. The university operation gathered far more attention than we expected. How does this impact our agenda moving forward? I'm concerned that Paul Serene will be paying closer attention to our actions. Perhaps we should delay making more until things calm down. Nothing changes as we move forward. The university fallout was a setback, but we can use these complications to our advantage. Paul is focused on Phase 3 of the plan. He is questioning if there are traitors within Monarch, but I am confident that he does not know where to look for them. I will make sure to shift the blame elsewhere. The gala is going ahead tonight. That is when we will make our next move. You take care of the preparations. Make sure Dr. Kim's lab is ready for detonation. I will make sure that Paul is sufficiently distracted as to not question our involvement. Why is there a leaf falling? Did you guys see that? There was a leaf falling in this camera shot right there, but we're inside. There should be no leaves just falling. Oh, it just did it again! What the hell? You guys saw that, right? Like, just off of Jack's left shoulder. Alright, anyways, moving onwards. Okay, we're serious again, guys. Stop giggling to yourselves. Moving on. Let's head on in. Boom. I blame it on the time knife. Boom. Okay, we now have increased range for time vision, so now whenever I use it, we should be able to see any echoes. Next up is we want the increased focus and the max focus. That's really going to help us during our combat. Beautiful. It's okay, Draco. I love you too, buddy. I love torturing you. I know you hate it, but it is so wonderful. Alright, so this is probably a bad idea, but... explosions? Mr. Torg approves.
Jesus. Close one. HQ, we just heard an explosion near the harvesting perimeter.
Yeah, take a wild guess who that could have been.
Charlie, get off the line. Striker team, take defensive positions around ground zero.
Roger.
Okay. So, actually, let's head up first before we do this. Because we'll see them in a second. Yes, I made you skip your own stream because of Time Knife. Yes, I am evil.
I recognized Will's workshop as soon as I saw the old billboard on top.
The area we refer to as Ground Zero.
It was clear that the workshop was at the center of the Monarch operation. I wanted to see what was in there, and it seemed to be the only way to the Drydocks and Serene.
Got the word. Safeguard squad's checking out that explosion. Striker team is establishing a defensive perimeter around Ground Zero.
An entire Striker team? For one guy?
University incident got HQ wetting their pants. The kid's gonna get torn apart like a goddamn piñata.
Contact!
You were saying...
Flank!
Plot twist, Nick is from the Time Knife universe reality, and that's why he's goofy. Let's be real. Slavo is just like the MVP. Nothing. They wouldn't have won in Time Knife if it wasn't for Slavo. Let's be real. Got it. Oh, Jesus! I did not see the second one right there. Okay, let's get that. Okay, go. Shit! Still not going. Shit. Okay, I need to get safe areas. Come on, I need my time stop. There we go, we're safe. Still alive? Come on, bro. These things are just bullet sponges. Maybe it's a situation where Slabo has quantum immortality, therefore he's demanded in a fixed point and cannot die. Because he's involved in a fixed point event, he cannot die at this point in the Time Knife universe. Oh.
Striker 1, we're experiencing signs of an incoming stutter.
Safeguard. I want Joyce contained before that stutter hits.
Oh, and they're frozen. And they're not frozen.
Aircat is en route with more backup.
Bearcat. Yep. So these military vehicles are called Bearcats. This is the only time they mention it in the game, but it's referenced all throughout the book. Yeah, this is hard mode, Break.
Nice driving, guys.
Okay, let's look around, make sure we don't have any... So now all the backpacks are showing up. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, nothing over here. Let's go. Okay. So these suits are powered by harvested chronon, so it's part of why the operation...
men to move through stutters. Knew the fracture would occur. Prepared for it.
It's part of why the operation here is so vital to Monarch operations. Because these things, they just wouldn't even have it. Where? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Stop bouncing around, dick. See, this is why the advanced SMG is so freaking cool. Because the reticle does not get crazy big like the other guns. It stays pretty small, so your accuracy is amazing. So we got 3 more. Where? There they are. I can pull that trick too. Dick. Where's the last one? There it is. Kneecap. Where did he go? There he is. Got it. We're good.
Will never told you what he did in that workshop at Ground Zero?
No, never. He hid that part of his life from me. Nothing prepared me for the weirdness that was waiting there. And even that was just a prelude to the bad stuff that would follow in that same place later. It's the only way forward. Absolutely no entry. I'm pretty sure that's more of a guideline than a rule.
You know what? Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Alright, so as we mentioned earlier, in the novel, everything that's happening in the center of this operation is essentially occurring at the Joyce family farm, and not here. So it's the same story, just different locations.
What the hell? What is this? Hell. What is this? That already happened. What the fuck?
Yeah, this part's really freaking cool. Just visually what they did here.
I specifically requested copper-clad niobium.
Well...
Yeah, time is just not working properly here.
There's no words to describe it. Will was gone, but he was all around me. This entire secret life he'd never talked about, everything he tried to protect me from, it surrounded me. A puzzle, trapped in broken time. We all thought he wasted his research grant, his career, obsessing over some failed experiment. That's what he led us to believe. What he built there, it never failed. It works. It works.
So I'd actually be really curious to see what this would look like from the perspective of Will. Because if Jack appeared literally for like a single frame at a point in time, I wonder if he started thinking he was hallucinating his brother standing in his workshop. Because he'd be there just like literally in a split, not even a split second, like a microsecond, he would just appear randomly and then disappear again. That's how it would be perceived from someone who is bound by linear time.
My grant extended another year. Please, don't do this.
Okay. And this is the point of the story where he takes out the loan from the mobster Aberfoyle, because his grant ran out and the money from when he sold the family assets ran out, and that's kind of what we see there. Again, that only happens in the books, but it makes sense if it happened in the game's backstory too, just off camera. But yeah, like if you think about it, it'd be like Jack was haunting the place, kind of like Alan was haunting the apartment that Alice was living in at random points in time. It's a very similar narrative. I thought there was a Chronon source here. Or maybe it's the second time we come to this location. That must be comfortable. Oh, and if you guys can't tell, Will is wearing a Night Springs t-shirt this entire time. Which is freaking cool.
Countermeasure. I hope to God this works.
Yeah, if you see him... If I can find a good angle to look at him, you'll see he's wearing a Night Springs t-shirt. Or no, sorry, yeah. And then later you see him wearing an Old Gods of Asgard t-shirt.
Come with me. I guess you're actually you're the only other one who's seen what I've seen.
Do it, don't.
Give me advice.
I knew something went horribly wrong there, but it was scrambled. It was impossible to crack.
Speaking of which Night Springs episode do you think overlaps with this? I mean, we know Quantum Suicide played a huge role in the basic idea for this game, but... Hey look, it's a mascot. Huh. And we got another quantum ripple going on. Alright, so one thing with the countermeasure that they don't really explain in-game as much is that essentially how it works is it's a self-replenishing source of chronon, where even if time stops, it's going to continue regenerating new time particles. And it has a huge charge, where the problem is Monarch was using it as essentially a battery to power its operations, therefore it depleted the charge of the CFR. Now, if they just unplugged it, it would have recharged itself. But the problem is, Dr. Kim, who received the CFR to examine, he didn't really know what the technology was. He couldn't figure it out. I should probably move out of here, so in case anyone has, like, epilepsy stuff. Let me just move out of the way so we're not looking at that 24/7. But Dr. Kim really didn't know what he was looking at, so he kind of just like, oh, well, we can use it as kind of like a battery and just use it as a source of chronon. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Dr. Amaral, on the other hand, thought that Kim knew more about it than he really did. And that in the process of Dr. Kim's experiments, he didn't respect what he was working on, messed up, and that's what caused the accident at the end of the day. Okay, let's see where we're at with the collectibles, just so I don't miss anything. Yep, so Quantum Ripple 2. We got you. Also, there's a song playing in the background in William's workshop. It's Heavy Damage 1 by War Chief. The same band that was playing at the beginning of the game at the protest. Hold on, I gotta check you off as well. Alright, let's get out of here.
It was overwhelming. Every unanswered question I had was compounded by what I'd seen at that workshop. The events at the university were part of something much bigger. Something that had started 17 years ago.
I love that in some cases here is the planks will disappear out from under your feet, but you're still standing still. Because in one variation of reality, the plank is there, therefore the physics of being able to stand on it are there, even though in another, the plank isn't there. So you see it not being there, but the physics of it being there still exists. Because two time streams are occurring all at the same time. Which is freaking cool to think about. I think they use the same...
Drydock. Get to the Drydock.
I think they use the exact same logic in Bioshock Infinite
get to Paul.
to make Columbia float. Where they make it, they basically trick the town, the city of Columbia to think it's sitting on dry land when it's not actually, therefore, while it's floating in the air, it thinks it's stable. Okay. Trespasser, from Charlie Wincott to Monarch team leads. Nick Marsters has escaped containment and is in the goddamn security station. Who's the fucking meathead responsible for watching over the university witnesses? Consider your contract terminated. How can some spindly cab driver manage to get past you guys is beyond me, but he's casually checking Facebook on high security Monarch terminal. Yes, Facebook. That's how safe he feels right now. Actually, I think he's just an idiot, personally, but whatever. Converge on his location immediately before he figures out how to do some actual damage. Oh, and remember Jack Joyce, the guy you were supposed to have apprehended? Yeah, he's still shooting his way through the entire operation. Get your shit together. Charlie. Alright. So, there is a PR version of this. Let's go ahead and switch over. So we got the PR version, which is Trespasser. And essentially what this one says is Amy Ferrero is in the goddamn security station unsupervised. My understanding was that Amy was supposed to be recording a series of false confessions for our PR campaign. Clearly, that's not the case. How do I know she's unsupervised? Because A, she's in the goddamn security station, and B, she's digging through sensitive Monarch files and transferring them to a USB stick. No big deal, just, all of Monarch's secrets. Radio alert is already in effect. Converge on her location immediately. Do not let that USB stick leave the operation. Oh, and remember Jack Joyce, the guy you're supposed to, and that's, you're supposed to have stopped for turning the entire operation into a clusterfuck? Maybe get on that while we still have an operation left. Can you just act like this is a natural environment? Like high school locker room. He's the kid who can read a full sentence without moving his lips. Just fuck him up. Hold on. Why is my work phone going off? Ugh, give me a second. Ding. Okay, gotcha. No worries. Sorry. I have a customer who was just texting me She just got a check in from the insurance and the mortgage company, so we have to work through the mortgage lender, and I can pick that up next week. Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm just coordinating money pickups, and I have to get with the mortgage company now to get it endorsed and released. Okay, so we got you, We already, like, the thing I had in here with the novel had to do with Paul's Chronon syndrome, where he goes and looks at millions of versions, he pulls a Dr. Strange. I had that mentioned here, I talked about it earlier, so we don't need to talk about it a second time.
There was something wrong with Paul. Chronon syndrome. He'd had his powers much longer than me. What was the cause? Was I sick as well, or was it his time travel? I didn't know. It didn't make anything he'd done any less hateful.
I'm just gonna casually read this while that dude's just sitting there and pulling a freaking sexy pose on the desk. Alright, from Fiona Miller to Sophia Amaral. Dr. Amaral, would it be possible for me to gain access to Dr. Kim's lab in order to search for any files that might assist in our research? I'm concerned about the slow progress in developing a permanent cure for Paul Serene's Chronon syndrome. The treatments are only a temporary solution. I know that Dr. Kim was close to discovering a cure at the time of his death. I know that you use this lab to administer Paul Serene's treatment, but if I could borrow your keycard during the gala tonight, perhaps I can investigate this further while everyone else is occupied with other matters. Oh, Fiona, you are pulling some subterfuge here. Fiona, I share a concern. Paul's treatments are becoming increasingly ineffective, and I hypothesize that the onset of the fracture will increase the Chronon syndrome rates of progression exponentially. So again, in the book, they explain that the reason his Chronon syndrome is increasing in intensity and it's getting more severe is because every time he goes into that junction state and goes underwater where he's perceiving millions of timelines simultaneously, it's pushing him to becoming more and more like a shifter, where his brain is starting to disentangle from a single time stream. So that's the real reason for the spread. But anyways, I've been trying to take a more calculated approach at finding a permanent cure for Paul's sickness, but Martin Hatch has shifted all necessary resources into our tech division instead. Curiouser. I am beginning to question his behavior. Every attempt I've made to discover a cure has been met with Martin's red tape. Just between us, I do start to wonder if Martin even wants Paul to be cured. I've looked into Martin's past. He began working for Monarch in 2001, but I couldn't find any records of his past or any aspect of his life before then. It's almost as if he appeared out of nowhere. He was the only one present during the accident that claimed Dr. Kim's life. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I do wonder what his agenda truly is. Regarding your question, unfortunately, there is nothing of value in Dr. Kim's lab aside from Paul Serene's treatments and confidential files that would be of no use to research. We will have to find another way to develop a cure. Oh my god, he's up here too. That can't be good for your spine. They're going to have to go see a chiropractor after this. Alright. From Beth Wilder to Fiona Miller. Beth, they're saying that William and Jack Joyce have been detained. Did you manage to get William first? Did you reveal the location of the countermeasure? You said you can get Jack out of there. What happened? Interesting developments over here. With the team focused on the university op, I managed to dig through an old email correspondence between Paul Serene and Dr. Kim. The contents of this message is very cryptic, but before he died, Kim was running some kind of tests from his lab, and William's research and device related to this were somehow connected to what he was doing. Did he know about the countermeasure? Yes. So he was trying to work off of it, except he didn't know what he was doing. And yeah, it definitely looks like Hatch is intentionally trying to do nothing to help Paul get better from his Chronon syndrome. It does seem that way, doesn't it? I think I need to get into Kim's lab and find out more, but that place has been restricted access since he died. Not a lot of choice, though. If Jack and William are in custody, then that lab may be our only lead left. I'm not sure how to do it, but I sure as hell can't just ask someone to let me in there. And that's why Fiona then turned around and asked Dr. Amaral for access. Fiona, William Joyce is dead. Our only shot at stopping this thing is Jack. He can lead us to the countermeasure. I still believe that. Serene got to Jack first at the university. Too much heat for me to intervene. He's been moved to Ground Zero. I'm following the convoy there and will rescue him once the transport is past security checkpoints. Not gonna be easy, but it might be our only shot. Keep Charlie Wincott distracted so he's not looking over the security feeds. My cover won't last much longer. And that's why Fiona showed up in the previous episode of the TV show to try to keep Charlie distracted. My cover won't last longer. You need to be my eyes and ears inside. I agree you should check into Dr. Kim's lab and let me know what you find. I know gaining access will be difficult, but with a gala tonight, you might have a window. Might be able to steal Dr. Amaral's keycard. I will contact you once I'm on the other side. And Alan Wake's The Sudden Stop. The Sudden Stop, the final Alex Casey novel by Alan Wake. This copy is signed by the author and dedicated to Emily Burke. The audio's not playing. Hold on, let me restart the checkpoint and see if the audio can play. Okay, take two. Let's try this out.
Contact! There was something wrong with Paul. Cronon syndrome. He'd had his powers much longer than me. What was the cause? Was I sick as well, or was it his time travel? I didn't know. It didn't make anything he'd done any less hateful.
Okay, so I think that's where the bug is. Okay. Because it'd give him the option for the audio if I didn't read the laptop first. So let me do that. Let's listen to that first, and then we'll look at the other things.
There was something wrong with Paul. Cronon
Damn it!
syndrome. He'd had his powers much longer than me. What was the cause? Was I sick as well, or was it his time travel? I didn't know. It didn't make anything he'd done any less hateful.
Because you see that has the little 3 blue bars above it, which says there's an audio file, but for some reason it's just not working after that audio kicks in. Yeah, there's some, I don't know what's going on here. It's a little bugged. Basically, all Jack says is, Alan Wake, yeah, I love that guy. Which would make sense considering that the ringtone for Jack's cell phone is a little jingle from the Alan Wake's theme. So yeah, Jack enjoys Alan as a writer. Further confirming that yes, Wake is a author in this universe. Now, most likely the events of like Departure never actually happened in this universe. Most likely Alan just wrote a book about that, released it, and then later Barry helped get it turned into a video game, which is why we see the video game kind of all over the place in this setting. But I doubt that in reality, because the thing is that those kind of portals to the dark place don't really exist in this universe. So most likely he was just inspired by the other version of himself that lived through it and wrote about it. Why can't he just be missing right now? I mean, there's no evidence he is missing. I mean, he literally just dedicated a copy of the book to Emily. There'd be no reason for him 6 years ago to sign a copy of a book and then randomly it's still just sitting there not delivered to the person it was being sent to. Oh my god. Those are paper bags. There's no reason to get stuck on it. Yeah, so that's the easiest way I can rationalize it, ZOZ, is that Alan still wrote Departure, but it was just something that he imagined, wrote it, and then went about his life. It wasn't something that he personally was involved in, or he didn't live through the story like he did in the Prime Remedy universe. I mean, that's the easiest and cleanest way I can use to rationalize this. Oh, and since we picked up the sudden stop, that is our second intel object, which means we have another Paul Serene audio diary.
Okay, finally. Found a stutter-proof pocket. This should work. I don't think anybody will ever hear this, but I need to record it. If only for my own sanity. I don't have long until they find me again. The end of time is here. I'm living the goddamn proof. How did it come to this? Where did it all start? I conducted an experiment with Jack Joyce. I didn't listen. I was a goddamn fool. We caused a fracture in time. I entered the machine, was sent to the future. But where I ended up, there was no future. Time has stopped. Forever. I've spent weeks hiding from those things. They're always searching for me. And I'm not alone. Someone else is here. Hunting me. I see her shadow. The machine is broken. I can't make it work. I have to find a way back. Before this ever happened, find a way to prevent the mistakes we made. This was my fault. It's my fucking fault. I have to make it right. I have to find a way.
Alrighties. So one little thing that he brings up in there is he found a stutter-proof pocket. While in the end of time, Paul is able to occasionally find pockets of chronon energy, and he can create these stutter-proof pockets where he gets time flowing. And that is actually extremely necessary for his survival. So I'm going to take a pause here, and we're going to read a little bit from the novel about what Paul personally experienced when he first entered the end of time and learned how to work in there. And remember, in this setting, the end of time is very analogous to the Dark Place. It's like narratively they serve similar purposes about being stuck there in a place with no or outside of time, and then they have to find a way to return into reality. So it's the same story, just different contextually about what the nature of it is. Same plot. All right. So reading off my notes here. At the end of the day, Paul's time in the end of time was not just running away from shifters or running away from the huntress who's been tracking him down. Upon first arriving, he was witnessed and caught by a group of Monarch soldiers inside the corridor itself. So as soon as, at the very beginning of the game, as soon as he gets ready to exit the corridor, there's Monarch soldiers already in the time machine corridor. And one of them said, "Stop, don't shoot him," because they recognized who he was. He then followed them out into the end of time itself, and there was a group of men wearing robes. We don't know who they are. There was just a group of men wearing robes that the Monarch soldiers took him to go see at the beginning, and they all acted as if they had expected his arrival. However, they refused to allow him to enter Monarch Tower, because at this point in time, Monarch Tower, where the lifeboat protocol is, the lights are still on and time's still working inside the building. But they told him, "You are not allowed to enter here." And they forced him to basically wander around a frozen, dead version of Riverport with time stopped, and there's no means of basically doing anything. And he survived in this place kind of like it was an apocalyptic scenario. Now, on occasion, while he was out there, the Bearcat military vehicles would leave the tower and go out on runs. These crews would occasionally get attacked by shifters, and they'd have to use their guns that worked inside the stutters or detonate charges of chronon energy, which basically creates pockets of time, and shifters can't exist in pockets of time, so it gave them just time to escape. The whole time, Paul was forced to live like a scavenger. While he could find food, he had no means of cooking it, depending on what it is. Because at the end of the day, you need time in order to light a fire. So he couldn't really cook food unless he had a time bubble to really work off of. In addition to that, if Paul ever went to sleep in an area that did not have causality, aka there was no time in that region, he wouldn't wake up. He would literally just freeze and become permanently frozen in time like everybody else in that reality. So if he ever wanted to sleep, he had to find Chronon energy, create a temporary pocket, go to sleep, and hope that that Chronon energy did not dissipate while he was asleep. So the entire time there, he's very sleep deprived. That sounds similar to another character who went to a dark place. No, he could not create his own time bubbles. Again, he had literally just gotten that ability, and he could freeze stuff, and he can do stuff like that, but he hadn't really trained in it, and frankly, he was just in pure survival mode. But he hasn't, I don't think even by the end of the game, he's able to project Chronon energy, because if he could, he would turn into a, Director Northmore and basically become a power source. Because Northmore was trapped inside the, NSG, or NSC, and they drained his energy to power the oldest house. Well, if he could produce his own Chronon, they could literally just attach him inside of a machine and drain him to power the lifeboat himself. It'd be the same story, but no. Not at this time. And here's the big thing that he had to contend with, which is what truly broke his character. Because even during surviving in this semi-apocalyptic scenario, sleep-deprived, running in fear of the shifters, and just struggling to survive, while he was out on one of his scavenger runs, he came across a laptop that was left open. And again, since time was frozen, there was really no battery charge. It's just permanently frozen on whatever website was opened at the time. It was open to a Wikipedia page about Paul Serene. So he was able to read a wiki page about himself from 5 years into the future. And basically what he learned was that he was the villain in this entire story. He read that Paul Serene, 5 years ago, was the leader of the anti-monarch peace movement, that all of his actions from the start of the game were calculated in order to destroy the fabric of time. This is how history recorded his life. That he personally sought to destroy the fabric of time and become the architect of the end of the world. And while trapped in the end of time, this innocent version of Paul had to learn to come to terms with the fact and reconcile that he is the cause of it in the first place. That he is some Machiavellian villain, and he just can't understand that. He's like, no, that's not who I am. I would never become that. This doesn't make any sense. And that the entire world would remember him in that capacity. And because this is a fixed point, he's experienced it, that is history. So even after his reported death, that's how the world is going to remember him from all of time. And no matter, we don't know how long through subjective time he spent in that apocalyptic state, but he was psychologically broken from all of these compounding experiences. And it's just, like I said, the book really makes him more of a victim than anything else. Because I guarantee he doesn't want that. He doesn't want this. But he's resigned himself to saying, hey, I saw it. It's a fixed point in this universe, and therefore there's nothing I can do to prevent this from happening. And he had to rationalize that there must be a good reason otherwise, because I'm a good person. Therefore, I wouldn't do this unless there was a good reason. Therefore, when I rationalize a reason, it's the right reason. Yeah, it's just... Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, the book is so much more horrifying. And I wish they were able to keep that, because this is all supposed to be in the game, and they eventually cut it. Had to cut the entire section. Because when Beth was a playable character is when you experience the end of time, and they couldn't include it in the game. And I'm so disappointed, because it would be so freaking cool to witness all of this. But, you know what? It is what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Alan Wake theme again.
Jack, you have to understand that Will forced my hand.
What the hell happened to you?
There's no use fighting.
You killed him!
I'll explain when the time is right. You'll meet me tonight at the Monarch Gala.
Gala? Time's ending and you're having a fucking party.
Because when time ends, my plan...
We do this now. I'm not meeting
Yes,
you at...
you are. I've already seen it happen.
Seen what? What's this all for?
Goodbye, Jack.
No!
I mean, if you really think about it, the idea of fixed points within this universe acts very similarly to what's on page in an Alan Wake story. So yeah, you have these fixed parts of the history that have to happen and nothing can change it, but in between those fixed points, you have wiggle room. It's kind of like in Departure and Return, what happens on page is a fixed point. It has to happen. There's no way around it. But in between those scenes, you have some wiggle room as well. Again, it's like the same mechanics, just using different physics to describe it, which is really cool. Guy realizes he's one of the many Wikipedia basically just libels and breaks his mind. I mean, it's true, you can't trust everything you read on Wikipedia. What if it actually wasn't real, and that wasn't his history, but someone made up lies about him and he believed it to the point where he became it? That'd be even worse. Oh god, we got a lot of reading here. Rip my throat. Okay. To Martin Hash from Clarice Ogawa. Sir, I've been thinking about Liam Burke. I know you've worked closely with him for a while now because he's been useful, but there are assignments we cannot use him for because of his insufficient clearance. Security clearance. For instance, having kept him in the dark about much of what will happen in the university. About the stutters we're expecting and where it'll lead makes him a far less effective field operative than I'd prefer, and causes quite a bit of logistical difficulty given that he's still going to be part of the operation. Frankly, it feels like wasted potential. I'd like you to consider the possibility of bringing Burke into the fold. He's completed most of the Striker training, and even though he didn't finish the program, he made an impression on me as a tremendously capable asset. His service record is exemplary, and he has a well-earned reputation as somebody who gets things done. No questions asked. By the same token, I would love to include Burke in the long-term plans. We could use a man like him in our corner, and I could deploy him far more effectively. Let me know what you think. So yeah, she's trying to bring him into the Martin Hatch faction of Monarch. But again, not a lot of people, because Paul's more of a silent partner in this whole thing. Anyways. You should get Honey for your streams. A voice actor you knew used to soothe his throat with it. Overworked it. Oh, I do have some. I have tea on my desk. While we were watching Time Knife, I went and brewed some tea. Alright, Clarice, I understand why you consider Mr. Burke an asset to our future plans. Unfortunately, while he is an exceptional individual, he is less suitable for the kind of duties you have in mind that may be immediately obvious. I'll explain. Yes, he's been trained as a striker, but Mr. Burke was disqualified, and for good reason. The men we have chosen to be strikers have strict physical requirements, a certain moral flexibility, and the kind of killer instinct you have to be born with, cultivated to a fine degree, a ferocious knack for survival. Mr. Burke certainly has those qualities. He wasn't disqualified from the striker program because he lacked them, or because he couldn't wrap his head around the technical aspect of the technology, in fact. His performance was exceptional, so I fully agree with you that he's an impressive operative. But strikers, by their very nature, have to be made aware of the Project Lifeboat and its purpose, at least on a general level, and that means they have to be able to accept its implications. Unfortunately, Mr. Burke has a deep attachment to his wife, and the fact is that even if we brought Mr. Burke in, that wouldn't guarantee a spot for her in the program. To be blunt, we don't need any more nurses, and we're already at overcapacity as it is. We need Mr. Burke, but we don't need his wife. Mr. Burke would never accept that, particularly now that Mrs. Burke is pregnant. Therefore, it's vital that he doesn't understand the nature and scope of the threat we face. As for having him play out a role in other aspects of the future development, I suspect that despite his seemingly amoral nature, Mr. Burke may have other qualms he's not consciously aware of. If he ever had to truly make a choice between conflicting loyalties, he may take a stand on principle and elect to act against his own best interests. That's not a chance I'm willing to take. Sir, given the very recent event at the Drydocks, I now see exactly what you mean. Clearly you were right about Burke's loyalties, being more fickle than they appeared. Of course, we have plenty of unanswered questions about how it came to this. To begin with, I don't see why Burke would be involved with Joyce. There's no way he did it out of some kind of altruistic urge. There has to be more to it. We know Burke didn't divert Joyce's transport, since the whereabouts at the time are accounted for. So there has to be somebody else involved too. I'm looking into it. Okay. So really close. Boom. Almost done with this chapter. We have one more episode after this before we're finished with Act 2. I may go and brew another cup of tea, though, as soon as we're done with Part 2 of this act. Clarice? Yes. So Clarice is the lady that is interviewing Jack at the beginning. So all the narration of the game is a conversation between Jack and Clarice after the end of the game.
Hey, here we go.
The reason why is because all of the resources in the lifeboat are limited, Trailblazer, so they don't want to waste resources on Emily when she literally will contribute nothing to the entire project. Why does it feel like I'm missing a Chronon source when I know I'm not missing a Chronon source? Eh. Because, yeah, the timeline here of collectibles literally tells you in the order you find them, and I'm not missing any, so I'm not skipping past it. Wouldn't Hatch also know what Burke is going to do to him later? Honestly, ZOZ, you bring up a good point. So, I wasn't going to talk about this yet, but you know what? It's a good thing for foreshadowing since we're throwing a lot of shade at Martin Hatch right now. So, as we know, when Paul goes into his junction states, where he slips below the surface of time's ocean, so to speak, and starts observing millions of variations of reality, he becomes intimately familiar with every variation of people that he's around, where he sees like, okay, so I do this and this person does that, if I do this, that person does that, and he goes through millions of variations of this so that he can find the optimal route. He's very much doing like tool-assisted speedruns if you follow that version of video game content. However, Paul noticed while he was in that state and looking through all these different alternate timelines, Martin Hatch always did the exact same thing. No matter what happened, no matter what variations and junctions he made, Hatch never deviated from his path. And that's impossible. From a pure physics standpoint, it's impossible to have one person only ever have one universe they operate in. Because they make no deviations, no variations, even down to something like blowing your nose or scratching your chin. No deviations. And that can really only happen if they're also aware of what's going on, but is better at it. Okay. This is from Manuel Peretta to Martin Hatch. It's a psych eval on Liam Burke. Okay. First of all, I have to again register my objection. What are you having me do under the guise of psych evaluation is a blatant violation of Liam Burke's doctor-patient confidentiality, and the only reason I'm doing this is because you leave me no other choice. Now, I recognize that in the world to come, our current rules and legislation, even our standards of morality, may no longer be applicable, but we aren't there yet. You and Mr. Serene are placing a long-term mental well-being of hundreds of individuals in my hands, and I'm telling you, right now, if they don't trust not only me, but the system that put all of us in our particular positions, there's no way we can recover from it. On to Burke. It is my considered professional opinion that the man is a bit of a powder keg. For all of his calm exterior, he's under tremendous pressure. I understand your reasoning for pulling him out of the Striker program. What you have essentially done is instill in him a sense of encroaching doom. He doesn't know the specifics, obviously, he didn't make it far enough into the program to be briefed on that, but he knows that we're preparing for a future threat that is somehow related to the flow of time being interrupted, and that there are dangers out there, dangers that we have specifically been training the Striker unit for. There are men who are content to merely follow orders and let others worry about the consequences. Burke is not one of them. He is willing to commit acts of violence without asking why, but don't mistake his lack of qualms for blind obedience. Burke needs agency. He has a fundamental need to feel in control of his life, and you've put him in a position where that's no longer possible for him. He's good at seeing patterns and drawing accurate conclusions from the facts available to him, and he has deduced, quite correctly, that he was being trained for a specific scenario that Monarch believes will happen. He's also painfully aware of the fact that if and when that scenario arrives, he will not be part of the solution. He understands the nature of the Striker's suits, and they are only useful in zero-state situations, and he understands that in such a situation, a man without a Striker suit is essentially dead. He doesn't know about the lifeboat protocol, obviously, but if he did, he'd then also know he's not part of it. Either way, the bottom line is that he's in a hopeless situation. He fears that the end of the world is coming, and he knows that if he does, the only way he could survive is with the technology Monarch has denied him access to. He doesn't understand the details or even the exact nature of what the end of the world, the end of the world, but that just makes it worse. Fear and lack of understanding breeds tremendous anxiety, Mr. Hatch. He may not show it, but believe me, Burke feels it. For himself and for his family. It may interest you to know that his wife is pregnant. You can understand how that adds to the pressure. To be honest, I've given the parameters we're operating under. I don't know how to resolve this. In Burke, you have a tremendously efficient operative, but you've put him in an impossible position. I believe he will remain effective as long as he doesn't have the reason to believe the scenario he fears is imminent. But once he believes it has arrived, all bets are off. And right there is the line of why in episode 1 of the TV show, Liam switched so quickly when Beth mentioned it. Because he received confirmation that his fears are imminent. And then bets are off. He's like, okay, understood, pieced it all together. I gotta do what I gotta do. Is the audio back up, Trailblazer? You said it skipped for a second. That is unless you can give him hope of survival, but at this point, resentment and suspicion are starting to turn into paranoia, and frankly, I'm not sure he would trust either of us anymore. And speaking of trust, I recommend you think about what I said in my opening paragraph, Martin. Our greatest challenge and greatest assets in the subjective years to come won't be technological, but all too human. Don't make the mistake of seeing people as entries on a spreadsheet. And that last line, I refer to that so often. The idea, not the quote itself. Don't make the mistake of seeing people as just entries on a spreadsheet. That is very common. Where you think, okay, well, I need this job done, and I'll just grab a person, say, go do this, they do that, and they operate exactly as I envision. People are messy. People are chaotic. We sometimes do things outside the scopes of what we've been told. And it really gets into one of the overarching themes of this game, with Monarch being absolute control. No variables are permitted when you're dealing with that level of order over chaos. And if you really think about it, what is Paul trying to do every time he dives into his junction state? He's trying to remove the variables, because if he just acted in real time, he's now trying to navigate millions of different timelines based upon instinct. He's like, I'm not going to even pay attention to it. I'm just going to chaotically wander through my life and just hope for the best. No. He literally has to remove the variables and say, no, this is the one path we're going to stay on. Absolute order. And in a sense, we'll talk more about this in the next act when we get into shifters, because shifters specifically play into this theme too, to a degree that's kind of horrific. And they don't talk about it in the game, which is unfortunate. But the more variables a person has, the more the one who is trying to enforce order upon them hates it. Because variables invites chaos. 0, making it all constant, means, hey, we don't have to worry about it. It just does what I tell it to do. He's trying to remove chaos and gain control. Exactly. So you can see how the ideas from this game eventually evolved in Control as well. Because a lot of Control's plot has to do with that dichotomy. Dichotomy as well. One second. Okay. Sorry. I'm kind of behind on my notes right now, so I gotta catch up real quick. So we got you, Psych Eval. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Hey there, Zoe. Oh, the kitty cat just woke up. Hello there, good girl. Yeah, micromanaging to the extreme, 100%. So this is from Charlie to the Ground Zero Ops. Everybody, mass email. Yo, so I looked into this Nick Marsters guy. In short, he's a sad little joke. I don't even know why we're wasting time on him. He used to be a pretty promising football player. In the book, he was a hockey player. He actually got drafted by the Rexes, which I guess you can consider an achievement if you give a shit about that sort of thing, which I don't. Probably because you got bullied in high school from the jocks, just saying. Not that he ever went anywhere, because he messed up his knee in a car crash on the night of getting the news. And that was it for his big career. There's no police report on this, but looking at his social media at the time, it seems like he was out celebrating pretty hard, so I'm pretty sure he had no business getting behind the wheel in the first place. In an apparent attempt to prove... Hold on. Okay, I gotta move the keyboard. Please don't step on that. An apparent attempt to prove the universe runs on irony, he now drives a cab. License and permits checks out. He's got 8 unpaid parking tickets, a couple more for speeding, pretty much what you'd expect. No relatives except his father, but the old man's in the hospital and pretty much dead to the world from what I can tell. In the book, his dad lives at home. He has diabetes, which is the issue, and Nick takes care of him. So Nick spends a lot of his time just caring for his ailing dad, who's on the bad end of diabetes. Zoe, that's my water. Okay, well, I guess you're just drinking from my water cup. You have your teacup full of water right there, and you're stealing mine. So I guess I can't drink that. I'm going to have to get a new cup myself. Looks like Marster's on a dozen different dating apps with very limited success, a big surprise, and he seems to be seriously into weird conspiracy theories and bullshit like that, only without the usual crazy racist frothing at the mouth. It's all pretty dumb, but surprisingly entertaining. I'll be honest, I don't think anybody's believed anything he said, but hey, you guys deal with him however you want. That's your business. Okay, and with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the PR version of things and look at Amy Ferrero's version of that document. And I cannot... We're going to have to wait a second because I cannot see the monitor, so I can click over to it. I can't, the taskbar at the bottom where I can switch over to the internet, I cannot pull it up because the cat's in the way. Okay, come on. If you want the water, come over here. Go over there. Okay, there we go. Narrative objects, and now I cannot see the website. Okay, there we go. PR Amy Ferrero, I think that's it. I cannot see anything. Cat, please don't sit right in front of the monitor. Alright, what up, fools? Okay, Charlie, you're just being a weirdo. So I looked up Amy Ferrero. She checks out pretty much how you'd expect. Good grades, no student loans because daddy's got money. Popular, the classic, I'm better than you because I care so much package. Not studying anything even remotely useful in the world where you gotta work for a living. She's in this whole activist lifestyle, always protesting this or that, and generally just hugging every tree and saving every whale she sees. Yawn. On average, she signs 2 petitions a week and generally spends half of her life sticking her nose in other people's shit. Credit where it's due, she's pretty good at it, although she's got a lot of friends who are into this stuff, and she seems to be really good at getting them coordinated. Kind of makes her perfect for our purposes, because if you can talk her into saying what we want, there's a lot of folks who are going to listen. No boyfriend or girlfriend, I don't know which way she swings. Why doesn't she put that on the internet? Doesn't she realize that's what it's for? But there's her family of hers. There's that family of hers. I can't read right now. The tail keeps flicking in front of the screen, so it's hard. Looks like she's got real close ties, so if we need leverage, that's where you'll find it. You may want to make sure you stay on our side, though. Like I said, she's pretty popular with the rest of these people, and if they get the idea she's been screwed over, they might get pretty mad. You know how these neo-hippie, bleeding heart hipster types are. Always up in arms about something. Holy shit, I'm glad I'm not in school anymore. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, so that one's good. Cat, can I please steal this? Cat, can I have my notes back? Thank you. Alright. And there's the last Chronon source that we were missing. Oh, she's just sitting in front of the monitor glaring at me at this point. She is so mad at me. Alright, how many... Okay, we got 3. Time dodge. Got it. Increased focus. That we really need. Hey there, good girl. Yes, you're frustrating, but yes, I love you. It's fine. Alright, so in light of the thing we just read about Liam Burke in terms of he only got so far in the C Division training for the Striker Tech, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I have the exact data here. So 95% of the ones who went into this training program wash out of the training completely. 20% of those remain in permanent observation and psychiatric help. Basically, what's said in the book is that the lizard brain fear is triggered. It expresses itself, for those who are having these issues, as feelings of entrapment, suffocation, dying alone, being forgotten, and the nullification of the self. Alright, before we head out here, I will need to do this, but... where is it? Audio... I'm going to disable the copyrighted music. Because this is the point, the song that's coming up for the end of this section is the one that always gets this video flagged and makes it invisible, so I can't put it up.
Sir.
Paul.
Damn it. Don't.
Okay, so this is one of the boats that was in the process of being built before the industry collapsed, and they just kind of left it there. Alrighties, let's do this. There's only 2 set pieces like this in the game, and here's the first one.
Holy shit. Gotta move. Come on.
Come on. Come on. Oh my gosh, come on. There we go. I guess I'm just too close to it. Go. Okay. Through this part of it. Now we gotta work on this. Okay. Nice and clear. Yeah, this whole set piece is just freaking crazy. And imagine the end of time. This is what happens all the time throughout it.
Stutters were getting
on
bad.
top of everything else.
He's shifting back and forth without warning. At the time, I didn't think it could get much worse.
But we both know it did.
That's gotta hurt.
Oh, we'll talk more about the train, Marama. We'll talk more about that shortly. Because there's some cut content regarding that train, which is really cool.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Need to get the hell out of here.
Oh, that's not good.
Jesus! Cutting a little close, Jack. It's like a goddamn maze in here.
I wonder if this would affect Bright Falls if it happened in Alan Wake's universe. What do you mean? I mean, like, I'd presume some, like, it's entirely feasible something similar did happen in the Alan Wake universe, but not exactly like this. It would have just been considered a random AWE in New England.
Keep going. No, not again.
Okay, we're good. Battle time! Let's do this! Oh yeah, they can escape from that. I probably shouldn't have used that ability. Oh wait, that's not an exploding barrel. Got one. There we go. Got two. Yeah, the time dodge is so good just because of that time, the little slow-mo you get right there. Oh, bro. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I don't see you. There you go. Got it. Whew.
Beth had been on her way to meet me. I expected she was frozen somewhere up there, by the side of the dry dock.
Oh, there's the backpack. I want my ammo. Thank you. Alright, so before we climb that ladder, I'm going to check one more time to make sure our copyrighted music is turned off. Disable copyrighted music. Yep, we're good. So for anyone who doesn't know, it plays the song Africa by Toto. Which, it's the only song that actually gets flagged. And during my last live stream of this, it literally just made it so most regions couldn't do it, which sucks.
My exact words were, don't do anything stupid.
I've never been a great listener.
Well, time to start. Get in.
What if I don't trust you?
Then shoot me.
Look, I'm sorry, but I'm taking the van.
That's for not listening to me back there. Ow. You want to stop time from breaking down? You need my help. And thanks, by the way, for the +1 in the back seat. Starting to feel like a goddamn babysitter.
She scares me, Jack. That's your sister, bro.
My ride, my music. Deal with it.
I mean, Rob, it kind of is in a different universe. It just sucks that this is the one song that really gets flagged because it actually is very relevant to her character. But anyways. Africa by Toto, EMD. You want to know what's really funny too? I was just rewatching the.
What led you to the swimming hall?
Oh, Will said there was something important.
Okay, we'll wait until this is done, and I'll tell you something.
All I found was a key with Bradbury swimming hall chain. Only lead we had. I guess this is it.
What was your brother doing in this shithole?
Perfect place to hide something you don't want found.
I think it's time you tell me what you know.
Nissan advertisement in the
I know
background.
your brother built the one thing that can stop the fracture. I know we're meant to find it, and I know Monarch doesn't want us to.
And yet you're wearing their uniform.
I like the way their pants fit.
I agree.
No, Nick.
How to create a cover
No
to
Game of
gather
Thrones
information.
bullshit.
You've known about this for a few hours. I've been preparing for it for most of my life.
You weren't aware that William owned the place?
There's a lot I didn't know about Will.
We need to find your brother's countermeasure. And fast.
Okay, it's again, different universe. It's fine. All right, so funnily enough, earlier today, because I'm rewatching Community right now just for the fun of it, and I just got to the season 2, episode 1, where in the post-credits scene, it's Betty White, Troy, and Abed singing "Africa" by Toto, just randomly. So I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm gonna be looking at that song later today. So yeah, just complete coincidence at that point. Anyways, I'm going to put you guys on a quick BRB screen while I brew some more tea, refill my water, because the cat decided to infect it with her own drinking. So I'm going to have to get a new cup. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. And we are back. So for my first cup, I had this strawberry lemon orange tea. And this time I'm just having a standard antioxidant green tea with honey to help with my throat. You guys remember that scene in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World where Ramona's going through all the different teas in her kitchen? That's what one of the cabinets in my kitchen basically is, where I just have like 20 different types of teas just hanging out there. Also, pro tip, if you want to perfectly blend your honey with your drink, don't use a spoon to stir it. Coffee frother. Use a coffee frother. It is a game changer, I swear. Anyways. Let's get going.
Things will get worse as the fracture progresses. And Monarch will be turning the report over looking for you.
Okay, before we do that, though, we do have a new audio diary to listen to for Senior Jack.
You said you'd been to William's workshop before. What brought you there?
He sold our family home to finish building the countermeasure. He never told me. When I found out, I was furious. I hadn't talked to the guy for almost 3 years. He stopped answering the phone. I figured he was deep into drugs, gambling, something bad.
Did you discover the truth?
I never gave him the chance. I found him outside that workshop and tore right into him. Blamed him for everything that went wrong between us. I could see in his eyes he wanted to tell me, but I wouldn't let him. It was the last straw, you know? If I'd handled the situation a bit better.
Let's move on to the next question.
You've almost been stoned because you're British and don't like tea. You're a good trailblazer. Honestly, like, 95% of what I drink is just water and tea. Just to be 100% frank. Mostly because my body doesn't tolerate caffeine very well, so I can't really drink coffee, otherwise I'll start tweaking. Alright, so now that we got that, let's switch the copyrighted music back on. And we're good.
Jack, that key you got from Will's briefcase.
Key doesn't fit. Okay. I'm gonna find another way in.
Make it quick. I'll keep a lookout for unwanted company.
I've actually heard that too, Marama. A buddy of mine's ADD, and he claims that coffee makes him sleepy as well. I don't know if that's just a common thing in that scenario where caffeine has the opposite effect, but I've heard that be a thing.
Any ideas how to get inside?
The whole building's falling apart. There's gotta be an opening somewhere.
That's a symptom of caffeine addiction. Okay.
How you holding up?
I've been better, but at least Monarch's feeling the heat. I checked online, big anti-Monarch protests going on all over the city. I took some crazy pictures to fuel the fire, man.
Just hold off on posting anything for now, okay?
All right, but I'm getting antsy.
Oh no, I get into the biology of caffeine all the time too. Don't worry, Break. Alrighties. So, in the novel, there's a couple weird things about this location. So, it was claimed that...
Can you find a way in,
Wait,
Jack?
hold on.
We shouldn't stay out here.
In the game, they claim that Will purchased this as a
Hurry up,
place.
Jack. We need to get inside.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna walk around the corner where you're gonna stop nagging me. Gosh, I'm talking collectibles. You guys need to learn about collectibles and ranting. Blah. Anyways. Yes, that was AWE on the wall as well. So in the game, they say that Will purchased this as a place to hold his time machine after he relocated. Oh, look, the CFR is graffitied on the wall there. In the book, it was given to him by a fellow physicist, a Dr. Wells. A Dr. Harold I think it's Harold George Wells, so H.G. Wells. Tongue-in-cheek there. Also, this place has been abandoned for a very long time. It was at one point going through renovations, and they kind of just abandoned it and foreclosed. Hence why we're at this right now.
Hey, Nick. This looks a lot like your taxi.
Can't be. I parked it way back at the... Holy shit! That's my goddamn license plate. How the hell did it get here?
I don't know. I have a feeling somebody beat us here.
This is all connected. Some kind of message. Think, Nick, think. 01122. 01122. Numbers, teleporting taxis, math. What is this?
Again, the 01122 shows up in the quantum ripples, weirdly. Alright, 1 second. I gotta go let the cat outside. She's ready for it. I'll be right back. She finally let me know it's time. No, that was the cat. It wasn't something in Nick's trunk. Actually, weirdly enough, like, I wasn't going to talk about this just yet, but in the book, Nick's trunk is a big thing, and funnily enough, this Nissan doesn't really have a trunk. It's just a space behind the rear seat. But anyways, Nick uses the trunk of his taxi as a lost and found. So he has a lot of things in the trunk of his cab that we use throughout the course of the plot, where he just kind of like magically has exactly what we need. It's like a magical trunk full of lost items from prior affairs. And that will play a role in the story shortly. Also, prior to the events of the game, in the novel at least, Beth actually was keeping an eye on 3 of the Riverport University lab employees who had knowledge of the time machine's function in case she had to tap them on the shoulder later to get some intel. However, 3 weeks prior to the actual event itself, when the time machine was activated, they all just disappeared mysteriously. And we don't really know what happened to them. And there's she's doing the graffiti. And let's watch it happen again. Oh, look, there's a signature for the graffiti artist. Toto. Which is why I'm also very upset that Africa by Toto can't be played in the playthrough.
Hey, I think I found a way in.
Okay, I've got it. I have a theory how my taxi ended up here.
Your taxi, what?
I looked up the zip code 01122. It's located south of here. I left my car at the university. It ended up here. It went south. Now, you said time is, like, broken? What if space is broken, too, and everything is being pulled towards this zip code? 01122.
Can we backpedal a bit? What about your cab?
Okay. I'll explain later, honey. I gotta Google this.
Fucking Jesus Christ, Nick.
Say, Nick.
You work for Monarch. Have you ever heard of the zip code theory?
No.
Okay. What would you do if I told you that all of Monarch's plans may be centered around the numbers 01122?
I would go on living my life, probably with slightly less respect for you.
Roasted.
Hear me out. 2010, 1999. Both years show up in Monarch files. Minus 1999 from 2010, 11. Times 11 by 2010, flip it backwards, what number do you get?
Remind me why I saved you?
Whatever. I posted the theory on a forum and already got 13 likes. Hey, my buddy Matt just texted me. Can I text him back?
No.
Just to say I'm okay.
No.
Smiley face?
No.
Oh.
Dude, they seriously bicker like siblings. It's kind of funny as hell. How much you guys want to bet that Nick's friend Matt is actually this world's variant of Matthew Peretta? Wouldn't that just be fun? Obviously, I'm just making up shit, but that actually would be kind of funny. Again, we can't just point to any name that is similar to another character we've met and just said, "Oh, it's that character." We could not take ourselves seriously if we unironically made that claim, but it'd still be funny. Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, actually him, like an American Nightmare, not the character he plays. That'd be freaking cool as shit. But again, I keep saying this, as crazy as he sounds, the number sequence of 01122 is featured in the results of the fixed equation. How on earth? How did Nick know? And then, of course, there's an alias and a time traveler named Ben Jones that wins the lottery using the numbers including 11 and 22. But anyways. Look at the dates for Jack's logs. His audio logs, I mean. Yeah, November 11th, 2016. So this is... the story takes place, I believe, in October 8th and October 9th. So this is about a month after the end of the story. Oh, I see what you're saying, because this is November 11th. It's 11/11. But again, it's not 1122. If it was the 22nd of November, then it'd be 1122. Then that would make it even crazier. They should have just done that for the joke. Made it November 22nd. That's a missed opportunity right there. Whoa! Whoa! What happened? What happened? Bro was just swimming upright. What the hell, Jack? I think he forgot which universe he was and thought he was swimming in the lake. He's like, I'm already in the dark place. I'm already Tim Breaker. Wrong universe, bro. Wrong universe. Alright, guys. You want to see something that's actually really cool? It's such a small detail, and I don't think anyone has really called this out. So right here we have a advertisement for Royal Coffee, which is something they serve here in the pool hall. Because up front here they kind of have like a little diner.
Will had used the building to hide away his personal items.
Where they serve like hamburgers, hot dogs, french fries, and just stuff. Because this is kind of like a hangout spot people can go to after school or whatever. But look at the advertisement for Royal Coffee. The kind of like cyan, green, and white. That is the exact...
Come on, Will. What did you want me to find here?
Same color palette used for the Coffee World logos in Alan Wake 2. The color... It's the exact same colors. And yes, you have the spiral coming off the crown as well, but it's the colors that I'm focused on. Hashtag it's all connected. Hashtag who is the meat man. Okay, let me check off some stuff real quick. Coffee's the final boss. That wouldn't surprise me.
What the hell were you doing here, brother? Time travel experiments with rats?
Okay, May 17th, 1998. This is William Joyce, and I'm about to conduct the first animal test of the machine prototype using my trusty pet mouse, Schrodinger, in order... Where? He's gone. Where'd he go? Shit. Come on, Schrodinger. Come to Willie. Come on, come on, come on. You're okay. You're alright. You're alright. Okay, finally, we're sending Schrodinger into the machine clockwise through the corridor, which will send him 5 minutes into the future, meaning he will re-emerge exactly 5 minutes after he enters the machine. It has now been 3 minutes. No sign of Schrodinger. This is a very good sign. 2 minutes to go. Okay, so yeah, turns out he just kind of sat inside the corridor for 5 minutes, took a shit on the tubing. This reveals a very clear flaw in my test. My mouse is an idiot. Okay, the machine is warming up again. Should be able to activate test number 2 in around about 5 minutes and 15 seconds. It's now clear the only quantifiable test will be travel to the past. The machine is now calibrated to send Schrodinger 5 minutes into the past, which means that he will now be traveling counterclockwise through the corridor, and when he comes out the other... Holy shit. Holy shit, it worked. This is clear proof that it's... What I'm now looking at is a future version of the same mouse that has successfully traveled 5 minutes into the past. Schrodinger, meet future you. Ow. Fucker bit me.
He's probably pissed you just sent him through a rotating black hole, but yeah. Understandable. But yeah, it's true. Like, if you were trying to send him to the future, how do you know it's not just the rat walking around the corridor as if it was just a regular tube and popping out the other side? How could you prove that he actually traveled through time? You really couldn't.
$12,000 moving bill. He must have hauled a lot more to this place than just some old boxes.
Alright, it's not just that, but this is for a discrete moving surface. So you're specifically paying extra just so they won't notify anybody of what you're doing. Also, in the art book, weirdly enough, you have an... you can zoom in on the asset right here. It gives you a full screen of it, and apparently one of the movers went by the name, probably a pseudonym, it's part of the discrete moving service, but it's his name was Tom Selleck. They marked that the name of the mover was Tom Selleck. Makes sense, right? Alright, so it's going from the workshop to the Bradbury swimming pool. Client name William Joyce. Special instructions: extremely delicate boxes. Contents are confidential. Packed boxes not only to be are not to be inspected. Pick up and drop off only. You got it.
You owned this place since 1999? Why didn't you tell me, Will?
So in the gaming continuity, most likely he took the money he got from some kind of life insurance policy on his parents and used it to purchase the deed for the swimming pool. That's most likely what happened. Will, I put all of your paperwork regarding the purchase of the Bradbury swimming pool in this folder. I knew you'd lose track of the documents otherwise. I had made sure that the purchase can't be traced back to funds from your research grant. I don't know what you're up to, and it's not my business to ask, but we've known each other long enough for me to say this. I trust that you know what's best for you, but I can't pretend I'm not concerned. Your career is showing so much promise, and your recent actions feel like a drastic turn in direction. I can't begin to understand it. I kept my promise and haven't told Jack or anyone else about this, but he's worried about you, even if he doesn't know how to show it. Jack hasn't heard from you in months. He needs you, your attorney and friend Allison Cunningham, and that's the only time we hear from her. And the reason for his drastic change is this is when the visitor from the future met him and things happened.
No wonder you are always coming up with crazy shit.
You know what? You gotta do what you gotta do to take the anxiety off. And let's be real, Will was under an extreme degree of stress.
We need to keep our contact limited from this point forward. I'll find you when the countermeasure's complete.
I feel like I missed so many of those. Okay, let's grab this from behind the hood vent. Boom.
All right.
All right, let's see what we got here. We have 5, so I want more. Yes. Maximum focus. All right, so now we're good on the time judge, and we can kind of abuse that ability. Let's see, what do we want to work on next? Recovery, slow time, increased power. Probably increased... Let's work on time stop a little bit, because we do use those for the Juggernaut enemies.
And we're back. This is Bobby Radford with the latest. We got an official statement from Monarch Solutions, and it's just what you'd expect, really. You know, your typical slick, mealy-mouthed bullshit. I'll sum it up for you. As far as they're concerned, the whole thing was some kind of an accident with the premature demolition. Some lives were tragically lost due to that. They're investigating. Essentially, they're saying, no comment, don't worry about it. Nobody has access to the site right now. All we know is what they tell us. Thing is, there were a lot of people there. Some people I know personally. Seems to me a lot of folks ain't answering their phones now. So what's that mean, huh? I think it means that we... So what am I saying? Well, they got lots of lawyers, so I'm not saying anything other than this whole thing stinks to high heaven. I don't understand it, but I can smell a goddamn rat. This shouldn't be happening.
That's Schrodinger.
Riverport, USA, damn it, not some third world hellhole where nobody gives a crap. Somebody's gonna have to take responsibility here. Who's it gonna be, huh? Call me up on the phone now. I wanna talk to you.
All right. So in the hardline version of the song that's being... Oh, no. Sorry. Wrong song. There's a different song that's going to play. We'll talk about that then. But for starters, let's switch over so we can listen to the Teresa Sedmark variation of that, which is... Okay, so Quantum Break, all radio broadcasts. It's going to be the next one here. Oh, shoot.
Hello, Riverport. Teresa Sedmak here, filling in for Bobby Radford, about to brighten your day with some good news. The victims wounded during the terrorist attack on Riverport University are being treated in the Monarch Solutions Medical Center in downtown Riverport, and the hospital has released a statement saying they are all now stable and out of critical condition. I'm sure they are thankful for all your good thoughts and prayers. As for those who didn't survive the attack, we still don't have a final death toll, but we do know that most of the dead are security personnel from Monarch Solutions, whose quick actions saved countless civilian lives at the cost of their own. While Jack Joyce, the terrorist responsible for the carnage, is still at large, authorities are saying that he is believed to not have left Riverport, and thanks to a number of solid leads, his capture is imminent.
Okay, so that's the end of that one. No, it's not Sedmark, Marama. It's Tom Selleck. It's an actor. It's the name of an actor. Is what it's referencing. Okay, boom. We already did you. We already did you. So we'll just hold off on that for now. But if you guys want, we can do more Time Knife. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We're not doing more Time Knife just yet. That's gonna be on Monday. Hey, Ivan, how you doing? Welcome on in. Alrighty, so let's get this going. And by the looks of it, there were some gangs breaking in and graffitiing this place as well.
Any luck in there?
Working on it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about these people, where they got the photos from here.
All right, let's take a look around. Down here.
What up, Nick?
About time.
This note. It's directed at me.
July 4th, 2010.
Now he has an Old Gods of Asgard t-shirt on.
Addressing this video to you. You told me to stay away from my workshop, but I couldn't just leave it there. I went back to get it, and the entire place is a disaster zone. The countermeasure, gone, taken. Shit.
What the?
Safe, empty. I just need to know you have it, because if it falls into the wrong hands, its power is immeasurable. Our future, our entire lives depend on it. This can't all be for nothing. You know where to find me. Please, hurry.
2010. Holy shit.
What was that?
He recorded that for me in 2010? What the fuck? He said the countermeasure's gone? It's not good. We need to figure this out. Let's keep looking.
Trailblazer, it's because it's a closed loop. Because it was made once, it's always been that way. So the entire rules of like, oh, well, you had to have initial starting point doesn't really exist here. It's like the Song of Storms in Legend of Zelda. There is no clear start or finish. It's just a closed loop. It's what caused Clay Stewart's dreams. Because we know at the end of his story in Alan Wake Files, he drops his dream journal into Cauldron Lake, which then takes his dreams and sends it back in time to inflict him in the first place. Tobias Crane witnesses glowing lights over Cauldron Lake, and 20 years later makes a painting, and that painting ends up next to Cauldron Lake in the future, which then creates the event back in 1911. It doesn't matter, and if you think too deeply about it, it's just going to make it more confusing. It's a closed loop. It's happened and always has happened. And let's leave it at that.
Did you find something?
Red paint. It's the same color as blood. I wonder if someone was trying to make it look like a blood trail. Or make a blood trail look like paint.
Yeah.
This place is creeping me out, man.
And on that note, let's do some time vision shenanigans. Alright, cool little detail from the novel. Wait, hold on. Oh my god, who left this milk out? You know how nasty that would smell? Oh, god. It's probably cottage cheese at this point. So in the, because this scene happens, okay, so the separation in the novel, because the entire point of Act 2 in the game never happened in the book, and instead it was at the Jack family farm. That never happened in the game, but this is the point at the Bradbury swimming hall where both stories kind of converge and come back together. However, this videotape that of Will talking to Beth, he does make this in the book, but he doesn't call her Beth because he never learned her name. Instead, she was using the pseudonym September the entire time. And why is that relevant? Because September is her favorite character from Team Outland, that cartoon that they all watched all the time when they were younger. So she adopted the pseudonym from her favorite character, and she portrays the exact same archetype and behaves the same way as Beth Wilder as an adult. But she gave that as the name to Will, so he just called her September the entire time, which is pretty cool. Hey, Peach, welcome on in. What's up? Whenever someone wants lore and control, I always put them in your channel. Dude, you're awesome. I appreciate you. Welcome on in, grab a seat, and let's get this going.
Help me push this out of the way. Your brother addressed that video to me. But I've never met him before in my life.
Well, it sounded like he thought you had his countermeasure.
I wish. But he said it was stolen on July 4th, 2010. Somebody took it. But I'm hoping this place will help us figure out who.
Okay, I cannot hear it. There's supposed to be a song playing in the background here. Hold on. No, I turned back on the copyrighted music, so it should be playing. Maybe it's on the other side of the room.
I'll give you the honor of pressing the button.
I'll press the button in a second. Yeah, for some reason the music didn't trigger. Maybe because we started the chapter with the copyrighted music turned off, so it's not going to do it now. I don't know. Anyways, so if you did the hardline route, which we did, it's going to play a song called It's Never Really Over by the Makeout Hotel. And if you did the PR route, it plays a song called What If by Paula Freezing. Push the button. We like the button. I mean, when you see a big red button, you just kind of have to do it.
Is that?
Yeah, I think so. Second time machine. This changes everything. If we can get this thing working, then we don't need that countermeasure. We can change everything. What if we stop the fracture from ever happening in the first place? We can go back to yesterday, undo everything in the past before it happens. Nobody dies. Paul doesn't go through the machine. Monarch never exists. I mean, the fracture never occurs.
Jack, wait. Let's think this through. That's not how it...
I can go into the machine like Paul did at the university. I helped them set it up. Then we activate the core, put the corridor in place, and set the date. I can do it, Beth.
I'm not so sure we can do this without the countermeasure. But you're right. We'll need the machine.
Right. Let's start with the core.
What the shit?
I saw some kind of visions of this machine in his workshop. You must have hit it here.
What is this? A goddamn spaceship?
Okay, core controls. Where are they?
Bro, stop taking pictures of the time machine. Alright, so you ask a good question, Bomb. Do they know they're in a closed loop? So in the game, I think Beth kind of suspects as much, but she hasn't really dwelled on it from a personality standpoint. Like, her subtext doesn't really suggest it. But in the book, 100%. 100%. So one big thing about Beth's character, actually, I have right here in my notes is the very next thing to talk about, is there is a scene that happens here because she continuously argues with Jack, saying like, hey, you can't just travel back in time and change what has already happened. Because again, it's a fixed point. The wave function has already collapsed. This is history. This is what's happened. You cannot change the fixed point events. And in order to illustrate the point, she tells him the story here, not later in the game, but here, about her going back in time and meeting her younger self and giving her the notebook about all the future events and then setting herself on the path. So in essence, that event of Beth meeting her child self is a fixed point event. And as a result, there is nothing in this universe or in this time stream that can stop her from reaching that point. And to illustrate this, she literally takes a leaf right out of... I'm just going to pause right here because I'm not sure if I missed some dialogue right there. Actually, I can restart the checkpoint. It's not a big deal. But she takes a leaf right out of the Quantum Suicide episode of Night Springs and shows Jack, see, here, look.
Hey, I found a map with the entire layout of this place.
She pulls out her gun, puts it to her head, and keeps pulling the trigger. And each and every time she pulls the trigger, the gun misfires. Again, Quantum Suicide. She's illustrating the point. Literally, nothing can happen. I cannot die. I am immortal until that fixed point occurs. And as soon as I meet my younger self,
Hey, Jack. You might want to check out this monitor.
now she's mortal. And it's something that weighs heavy upon her because her entire life she basically just did whatever she wanted. Okay, I'm going to restart the checkpoint because I don't want them talking over me. But she understands her entire life that I can't die. I'm immortal, so she's going to do whatever the hell she wants. She got really into skydiving. She did a lot of rock climbing, tussles with the mob. That's why when she fought Aberfoyle's men in the book, she had no care in the world because she knows I can't be killed. Right? But at the same time, she's also very nervous about what's coming forward because she knows the second she meets her younger self, that immortality is taken away completely. And she starts freaking out about things like, what if I catch a cold? What if this? What, like a random car crash? Like, literally everything starts to terrify her. Because she knows that immortality she's enjoyed her entire life is completely stripped away. So she gets more and more anxious the closer to that point in time we get in the book. And we don't see that from her characterization in the game whatsoever. But I really enjoy the fact that they literally recreate the scene from Quantum Suicide episode of Night Springs while we're standing here.
Guy sure as hell knew how to make his life more complicated.
Yeah, she feels like she's living on borrowed... Maybe not like on borrowed time, but she knows that her absolute immunity is just gone. It'd be the equivalent of, like, if you guys have seen the final episode of Supernatural, you'll know what kind of the vibe they're going for. Is you've had immunity and immortality. The story would not let you be killed for the entirety, and then... blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're going to restart the checkpoint because there's some dialogue options I missed because I dilly-dallied there for a little bit.
If we can get this thing working, then we don't need that countermeasure. We can change everything. What if we stop the fracture from ever happening in the first place? We can go back to yesterday, undo everything in the past before it happens. Nobody dies. Paul doesn't go through the machine. Monarch never exists. I mean, the fracture never occurs.
Jack, wait. Let's think this through. That's not how it...
I can go into the machine like...
So yeah, she kind of does understand it's a closed loop, but she hasn't really thought about the ramifications of that just yet.
I'm not so sure we can do this without the countermeasure. But you're right. We'll need the machine.
Right. Let's start with the core.
What the shit?
I saw some kind of visions of this machine in his workshop. You must have hid it here.
What is this? A goddamn spaceship?
Okay, core controls. Where are they? Hey, Nick.
What the hell am I looking at?
The time machine.
Fuck off! That was totally my second guess.
We can't let Monarch know it's here. Do not post any selfies with the time machine.
Yeah, I'm not an idiot. I mean, of course I'm gonna take selfies with the time machine. It's a goddamn time machine. But I won't post anything.
Comfort. Come on. Let's help Jack find the core controls.
I mean, let's be real.
I'm on it.
100%. I'm going to take selfies with the time machine, but it's fine. I won't post it.
You said Will built a countermeasure. What makes you so sure this isn't it? The time machine.
He said the countermeasure was stolen. But the machine is still here.
It's a hell of a thing, huh?
Jesus, look at this thing. One guy built all that? No way that's possible, man. It took me 5 months to build a shitty birdhouse. You think he had help? I'll bet a lot of guys got paid under the table to get this thing running.
It's like you got stuck on the geometry, Nick. Moving on.
You seem to be taking all this surprisingly well.
Don't get me wrong, this is weird as fuck, but It beats being back in that room with two asshats holding a gun to my head.
Fair.
It's fair enough. Time travel, huh?
I knew this kind of crap existed. I've seen this one guy who looks like me all over town. And then I found out that this me-looking dude, Ben Jones or something, he won the lottery. I've always wanted to win the lottery. Coincidence?
Yes.
Or Nick is getting pimp rich. Hey, I found a map with the entire layout of this place.
Hey, Jack. You might want to check out this monitor. None of these consoles even look like they're from the 21st century. Guy sure as hell knew how to make his life more complicated. You might want to take a look at this, Jack.
So, speaking of Ben Jones, who looks just like Nick and happened to win the lottery, according to this, because the equation was solved, one of the ripples that came off of that, in the same thing, because of the number sequence 0122, is there is a Ben Jones who might be an alias or a time travel and wins the lottery using the numbers 1122. And Nick just confirmed that there's this dude, Ben Jones, that looks exactly like him that won the lottery. Nick totally used the time machine to go back in time and win the lottery. And then got a new identity. Or got an alias. That's 100% canon. You cannot tell me that's not exactly what happened. You know what? Good for our dude. You remember earlier on, Nick did a biff. Yeah, he pulled a biff. But let's be real. In that conversation with Clarice, there was an audio diary with Jack where she's flat out saying, like, hey, where did he go? Where did Nick Marsters go? She can't find him. Monarch legitimately cannot find Nick right now, and they're trying to have Jack tell them. It's because he went back in time and changed his identity to win the lottery. Again, we keep saying that Nick's crazy, but everything he says keeps coming true. He is 100% the Usopp of this story.
Okay. Gotta figure out where to start. Where are the core controls?
Will received a massive research grant in 1997. He'd successfully built the time machine by 1999. But the results scared him. He never told a soul.
Alright. Riverport physicist on the rise, June 4th, 1997. Dr. Joyce and Dr. Marr became household names early this year when their paper on the proposed existence of a chronon field became one of the most hotly debated theories in quantum physics community since the Higgs boson. William Joyce, born and raised in Riverport, was not satisfied with the simply being a part of the discussion and decided to actively search for proof. His proposed research project led to them obtaining a highly prestigious Harold Steinberg Fund with the estimated value of $150,000. So this was the initial grant he used, and when he ran out of money is when he started selling off his family house, and then one thing after another, he just keep having to do it. Jack getting casually grilled for info on Nick while he's on a beach in Tahiti. Dude, yes, Apocalypse. Our boy just fails upward. That's why I always go hardline, is because Nick is so much more of a fun character than Amy. No offense, but she really doesn't do much in terms of the story. It feels like he's more of the quote-unquote canon choice. But whatever, moving on with life. Dr. William Joyce is officially the youngest recipient of Harold Steinberg Research Grant to date. While the specifics of his research proposal remains confidential, it is likely that Joyce aims to demonstrate clear proof of the so-called Meyer-Joyce field, as well as potential applications for the manipulation of this field. A research timeline has been established, with milestones that point to early 1999 as the period when his research will be ready for public unveiling. We will continue to follow William Joyce's story as part of our Riverport Rising series. You like Ben Jones being Nick's time-traveling ghost because it's funnier? Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're ready to fire it up.
Holy crap. We're actually turning it on. We're doing this! I want to hit the button.
Don't touch anything until they've got it figured out, and then still don't touch anything. Just never touch.
If you want somebody to test it first, I'm fucking in there, man. My whole life, I knew I was meant for something big, and this is it. This is finally it.
Dude, imagine if Ben Jones walked up to Nick and just on the street and says, "Hey, you handsome devil might look exactly like me." Just pulling a freaking Mr. Scratch, or sorry, not Mr. Scratch. Well, maybe filmmaker Zane from Alan Wake 2. He's pulling one of those moves. That might have been a Freudian slip there. Alright, we got a little bit of a reading to do. Isn't Traveling Ghost basically a plot of Quantum Leap? I've never seen Quantum Leap, weirdly enough. But the idea of ghosts do have precedent in this setting where you see an individual who's out of phase in time, and it can be perceived as a ghost. So it's possible when Nick is talking about like ghost people carrying out their jobs, he's actually referring to a distortion in time where people who are working at the Drydocks are still working, but you're just seeing back, you're seeing their echoes from back in time, and it's perceived as being ghosts. They're just going about their jobs. Like he said, a ghost economy. He's not wrong, but he's wrong. And he did predict the ghost recession because that's what happened in reality. Oh, God. I was actually memeing when I made that comment, but the more I think about it, I truly think Nick is the Usopp of the story. I hate it. Okay. From William to Beth. It's gone. The countermeasure is gone. What happened? Call me immediately. Where are you? Have you taken it? It's not safe in the open. You don't understand the power of this device. I dialed the number you gave me in case of emergencies. You aren't answering. What is going on? So this is back in 2010 after Beth disappears. I'm freaking out. I'm still trying to call you. Fuck. Call me. Email me. Something. I can't sleep. Please call me. The number you gave me is now disconnected. Where are you? Hello? It's been a year. Still haven't heard anything. You know where to find me. I've given up hope that you're still listening. I'm not sure why I'm writing this. Maybe to get some closure. You changed the course of my life. And when you entered it, I spent over a decade devoted to your cause. I sacrificed every relationship I had, pushed away everyone I love, all in the name of a lie. There is no threat coming. There never was. I have to force myself to believe this. It's the only way to move on. It's the only way to pick up the pieces and start over. This is goodbye. I've seen it. The cause of the fracture exists. It's here. Are you still out there? Beth, the time has arrived. It's here. And this was actually from the morning before the start of the game. The time has arrived. It's here. Everything you warned me about is about to come to fruition. Please give me a sign you're still out there. Put my mind at ease. Tell me you have the countermeasure. I'm losing my mind over here. I spent years trying to convince myself that you were wrong all this time, that I built the countermeasure for nothing. I tried to move on, pick up the pieces, and now I've seen the proof. Okay, so this clarifies. I mentioned it at last stream why, in God's name, would William go and work for the university to work on time travel tech. It's probably because he tried to delude himself into thinking that, hey, it's not going to happen, and then he saw while working on that project, hey, it is going to happen. And that kind of just spun him around in a circle. The Phantoms are the Ghost Union. Oh, shit. Paul Serene brought me in to advise on an experiment at the university. They've built it. They've built another time machine, almost an exact replica of my own design, but with key flaws in the calculations, just like you said. If they activate this machine, and the fracture will occur. How is this possible? Have they even followed my design so closely? Or how have they even followed my design so closely? Somebody has been watching me all this time, haven't they? Somebody is orchestrating this, all of it. I've been followed. At first I thought I was paranoid, but it's true. A man has been watching my every move. I secretly took his photo and ran a search. His name is Liam Burke. He works for a security division of Monarch Solutions. I first noticed it weeks ago, but this could have been going on for years. What does he want? What does he know? How is he connected to this? I need answers. I don't know who I can trust anymore. I don't know who else is involved. What they want. Why? I need to hear from you. I need to know that I'm not alone in all this. If what you once told me is true, then the onset of the fracture may be inevitable, but I can't simply stand by and allow it to happen. Not until I know the countermeasure is safe. Okay, we're doing good on the collectibles. We still got a few more. Just the schematics of the time machine. Really nothing to see there. How much longer will the stream go on? At least another probably 40 minutes, to be honest, because we have to watch the episode of the TV show, which is going to be like 20-25 minutes.
No, nothing I can make sense of.
Parents killed in Riverport car crash. Holiday cheer is in short supply in Riverport community of Bradbury after a tragic car crash claims the lives of married couple. Oh, I never picked up on the fact that the community within Riverport is called Bradbury, and that's the name of this pool. Okay. Anthony and Catherine Joyce. The accident took place within walking distance of the family's front door on Princeton Street in early afternoon. Catherine Joyce was driving, lost control of their car after a collision with another vehicle and crashed into a utility pole. The other car left the scene of the accident. The Joyces were both well known in the Bradbury area as prominent members of the community. Last year, they were recognized by the mayor for their charity efforts, particularly the Report Multiple MS, basically MS Walk, they have organized every year since 1993. The couple left behind 2 children, the promising young physicist Dr. William Joyce and Jack Joyce, still underage. I think Jack was like 9 years old at the time. The candlelight vigil will be held for Anthony and Catherine on Sunday to unite the grieving family, friends, and community during the tragic time. So we got the Fizzes on the Rise. Where are you? Time machine schematics. So I think I'm missing one up here. Oh, it's literally right next to it. I just skipped it. Okay, so we got that one. We're good. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There's a lot of references to the writer names. Oh yeah, 100%. It's all over the place. That's just a Remedyverse thing in general. They reference literature and film quite often. Alright, so I think we got one more collectible, and then we can continue on with the story here, and then we'll go straight into the junction point, and then go straight into the episode. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. T. And this right here is why I started the stream an hour early, because I knew this would go on a long time. Okay, Civilian's Guide to Time Travel, cliche working title by William Joyce. And this is just him prepping it. He never released this. Opening statements. Open with the zinger. Schrodinger cat joke. Note, find appropriate accompanying cat photo. Note, no cat photo. No science explained here. Marketing bullshit. Time machine equals works. Implications equal limitless. Give me your money spiel. Build of existence of time machine. Content here depends on finding from first human test later tonight. Finding facts. Dumbed down for mouth breathers who will inevitably want to invest. Purpose of guide to explain to mouth breathers how the machine works and why. Note, proofread and delete all mouth breather references. Time machine. How research started. Includes gratuities for research grant, sucking ass, minus community, and investors. Note, also thank Jack for his patience. Now that this is over, I promise to be there for him. this gives us the clarification that it wasn't that Will was intentionally neglecting Jack. It's just that he was so hyper fixated on, fixing the universe that he willfully sacrificed his relationship with his brother. But here it shows that as soon as this was done, he wanted to fix that. The problem is Jack never gave him the opportunity to and left town. He left the country, in fact. So emotionally speaking, that probably screwed Will up right there. Note, too personal. Basic overview of time machine parts. Chronon particles. Note, nobody will give a shit about this or understand it, so skip it. How time travel works. Simplest terms. Subject activates time machine. Step 1, core. Step 2, the quarter. Subject sets the desired time travel date. Subject enters the quarter. Compare quarter to donut in shape to explain. Note, add joke. You don't want to eat this donut or your body will suffer terminal chronon saturation leading to your slow but inevitable death. Note, cut joke. It's kind of disturbing. Subject walks around the quarter. Walking clockwise around the quarter equals time travel to the future. Walking counterclockwise, time to the past. Clock-like design. Subject arrives at new time in future or past. Space-time continuum, travel across space. Time travel is not a portal. Spatial destinations will not always be the same as the entry point. So essentially, this is why after the core at the university was removed from the time machine and taken to Monarch, it's the same corridor, because the core is really what dictates the centerpiece. So you can take the core from the swimming pool time machine and plug it into the core at the university, and now it's going to connect there. That's going to be the enter and exit point. But it's the core specifically that's the important piece of the puzzle here. Note, explain the core first. Note, fuck it, just compare the core to a car engine. Note, look up information on car engines. Subject will arrive in the future/past at the location where the time machine and core were located in that time. Cannot, and that's why, actually we'll talk about that at a later date. Cannot time travel to a time when time machine and core are not active. Cannot time travel to a time before the core is first activated. Examples of how time travel works. In 1999, a time machine core was first activated. The time machine is located on an island. In 2000, the same time machine with the same core is moved to a circus tent. Teddy enters time machine in 1999 and travels to 2000. He exits the time machine and is in a circus tent. Note, use better examples. No circus tent. Teddy cannot travel to time before 1999 because the core is not active. Will bang my goddamn head against the wall every time someone uses example of not being able to go back in time to kill Hitler and tried to sound clever and funny. Note, a dinosaur joke though. Note, explain you can't go back and see dinosaurs. Fucking sucks. Closed loops. In theory, all actions resulting from time travel equal already accounted for. Should not be able to change the past. Any attempt to change things was already part of the chain of events in the first place. Already happened. Explain it. Novikov's self-consistency principle until heads go pop. So this really does clarify, even though there is a multiverse of parallel dimensions, or parallel timelines, I don't want to use the term dimensions, timelines. While we do accept they exist within the Quantum Break multiverse, each universe is self-contained, and it's really only shifters that can... It's not that shifters technically swap in between them. Well, they can. It's more that they're self-aware of all variations themselves in other universes and can then pull them from those universes. But from a strict person like Beth time traveling, who is not a shifter at this point in time, it doesn't work. Like Nick, let's use Nick for an example. He cannot just switch in between different alternate timelines. He's stuck into this one. Metaphor to explain closed loops. Time is an egg. You can move the egg, but no matter where you move, the same chicken will hatch. Terrible. Terrible example. Plus, you just eat the fucking egg. An egg is sitting on the table. You leave the room, come back, and the egg is broken on the floor. You aren't sure how it happened, but it saddens you. The egg was important to you because you insert reason to make it sense here later. You travel to the past to prevent the egg from breaking. When you arrive in the past, you rush over to the table, accidentally bump it, and the egg falls and breaks. You cause the very thing you tried to prevent. Closed loops. Why the hell do all my examples end up being about eggs? Note, replace egg with something else. 100%. Done. Alright, let's do this. Honestly, I'm really not looking forward to Act 3, 4, and 5 of the stream, solely because I'm not going to be able to start super early, which means, oh god, I'm going to be exhausted by the ends of the next 3 streams.
Hey, it looks like I can reset the core from here.
Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Coffee. I'm
No
going to
clue.
need some form of caffeine.
But I did help Paul
Small
set up the machine
doses.
at the university.
Which then caused the fracture.
Look, Will knew the calculations were wrong. Hoping that means he knew what he was doing here. This is what Will is leading us to. We have to test it. The core. That's what we set up first.
I may be able to start like a half an hour early next week.
This could actually be the key to finding the countermeasure.
We'll see. It's still resetting. The core is reset. We need to activate it from the control booth.
I think the control doohickey's right here.
Here goes nothing.
What was that?
It's fine. It's fine. It worked. It actually worked. Okay, we activate the corridor next.
Woo! Jesus, look at that thing go!
Sean is just having so much fun in this role, I swear.
It's a hell of a thing, huh?
Jesus, look at this thing. One guy built all that? No way that's possible, man. It took me 5 months to build a shitty birdhouse. You think he had help? I'll bet a lot of guys got paid under the table to get this thing running.
There's a light blinking here. Might be what you're looking for.
You, seem to be taking
Oh,
it
they're just
surprisingly well.
they're just repeating that dialogue.
Don't get me wrong, this is weird as fuck, but
We already had that dialogue. I guess they were just replaying it for some reason.
gun to my head.
It's fair enough.
And yeah, I'm still dedicated to getting the entire act done in one stream, solely because I want to maintain a schedule of getting this one done so we can get onto Control. No joke, today I started working on the Control art book so I can start preparing my notes for the Control stream. So I'm double dipping, but we're on a timeline. We're like less than a month before Resonant's release, so we kind of have to go, or we're about a month out.
The corridor. It's key activated. Will's key. Thank God.
Whoa! Did you guys see that?
Will's key did that?
Yeah.
Key to a time machine, and he left it in the trunk of his goddamn car.
That's my brother in a nutshell.
That didn't sound good.
Fuck. Let's just hope it still works. Time travel, huh?
I knew this kind of crap existed. I've seen this one guy who looks like me all over town. And then I found out that this me-looking dude, Ben Jones or something...
Yeah, they keep replaying the same dialogue for some reason.
I've always wanted to win the lottery. Coincidence?
Yes.
Or... Nick is getting pimp rich.
You want to know the funniest thing, too? Is imagination and considering potential futures you can literally make anything you want as long as it's not a fixed point. So this Ben Jones from right now, from our perspective, could just be a random person that has nothing to do with this. But because...
Here says date input. Is that what you're looking for?
But because we haven't physically witnessed it, therefore it's not a fixed point yet. So as long as we can imagine it, you can literally make that a real thing. Now, if it was a fixed point that it wasn't Nick, then it couldn't happen. But because we don't have it as a fixed point, it could happen.
Yeah, that might be it.
And you can make it happen by time travel shenanigans.
No.
What?
God damn it. I don't know. We were so close. I'm gonna try it again.
Yeah, like hell you are. You saw what happened. Something's wrong with the machine.
We don't know that.
You're not trained for this. Anything you do is gonna make it worse.
We
You
can't.
know I'm right.
Stop. I'm trying.
You lost people. You're angry. I get it. But this is bigger than us. We can't fix the machine. But I might know somebody who can. Sophia Amaral.
The Monarch scientist. I saw her video near Ground Zero.
Serene's head of Cronin Research. She'll be at the Monarch Gala tonight, but security's airtight. She'll be nearly impossible to get to.
Unless I have an invite. Paul told me he expected me to meet him at that party.
Something tells me that was not a friendly invitation. Jack, no.
Alright, so we're gonna have to skip this just to make sure we don't have any copyright issues. But that song is called Circles by Kate Tempest, and it has to do with being stuck in a repetitive cycle of life and emotions, the chaos of being stuck in that eternal spiral in your own head, and the hope that you might break free one day. Good tune, but can't play it, unfortunately. Sorry.
The future used to be so clear when I was reliving the past. Once I caught up to the moment I had left, that ended. All I've had to go on since then are the plan and the visions. I knew Jack would come to me. I'd seen that, but I didn't know why exactly, or how it would end.
There he is. You were right.
My visions of the future aren't always clear, but they don't lie.
Speaking of lies, Joyce is saying he's discovered his brother's time machine.
We've spent 17 years looking for it, and he finds it in less than a day?
Does sound unlikely.
Still, we know it's out there somewhere, and we don't know what his brother managed to tell him.
If he really has located the machine, why would he come here and tell you? Smart Money says he's trying to play you.
Maybe, but the machine is out there. It's in our interest to find out where. If Jack knows, I have to talk to him.
Dr. Joyce could have provided the answer to that question.
William's attitude and knowledge made him a liability.
Is that angry young man going to cooperate any more than his brother did? You remember Jack as a close friend, but that clouds your judgment. Don't make this personal.
It's not.
Then don't forget why we're here tonight. After what happened, our people need reassurance that we're in control. You're the man who could win them over.
He said the thing.
Let me handle Joyce, so you can concentrate on your speech.
I know what's at stake here, Martin.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this stuff.
The mansion was an extravagance, but it was useful for events like the gala, and it deflected attention from our nearby R&D facility. Dr. Sophia Amaral had taken over our Chronon research department after Dr. Kim's accident. She was the only one who could treat the Chronon syndrome.
Okay, this is from Erica Cross to Sophia. I realize this may not be a welcome question, but I feel like I need to ask. I knew Henry Kim very well. I went to
Joyce is waiting for us down below.
Collectibles, Martin. I knew Henry Kim very well. I went to school with him, and he was actually my husband's best man for my first marriage. Unfortunately, when I moved down to Florida, we didn't manage to stay in touch. Let's just say that life took me into unexpected directions. It was a very welcome surprise to hear from him when he was recruiting new people, and I'm glad to say we hit it off again. We spoke on the phone a lot, he came over to meet my wife, and well, it was like old times. It could have been awkward, but it wasn't. Henry was like that. You can imagine my shock and disappointment when I heard about his death. Just a week before my own employment at Monarch began, we didn't get work together the way I'd hoped. Now, Monarch has been very good to me, but his death has been eating at me. I know it's something people don't want to discuss, and I understand... No. People don't want to discuss, and I understand that there are confidentiality issues. However, having recently been cleared for some of the more sensitive Chronon research, I know that the story of his death is a fabrication. Yeah, again, they said it was a car crash in the news. And Henry has been something entirely different. I'm not blaming anyone, but for my own peace of mind or sense of closure, I suppose I'm wondering if, given my new security clearance, you are in a position to help how this came to pass. I should add that I brought this up with Martin Hatch the other day, and he made it clear in no uncertain terms that I should have dropped the matter, given that I'm taking something of a chance talking to you about this, but I feel like I can't let this go. I understand if you aren't allowed to discuss it, but I'm more than a little scared and upset. I hope you can rely on your discretion either way. And again, the whole reason at least it seems like in the game, they're making it more, it was intentional sabotage that caused it. In the book, it was more that Kim didn't know what he was working with because it was Will's invention, not his. And he kind of just messed around and pushed too deep. Okay. Erica, first of all, my condolences and apologies. I didn't realize you had a history with Henry, and frankly, I would not have promoted you in this position had I known. If you had been more comfortable working on something else, I can make that happen, no questions asked. To be clear, I'm not talking about a demotion. I mean a comparable senior position in another department. You're correct in that it's a very sensitive topic, but given your current security clearance, I can tell you what I know. Unfortunately, I don't know much. For the past 6 months, I myself have been trying to work out what happened, but I haven't made much progress. And this gets more into Sophie as a character. She's cut out from a lot of the details. So she's working off the best information she has, but without full knowledge, she can't be as effective at what she's trying to do, which is, 1, get a permanent solution for Paul's Chronon illness, and 2, dealing with the end of time. She's not allowed to. I mean, nothing can be more frustrating than trying to come to a scientific conclusion for all of these things, but not be giving the information you need to make that goal come to fruition. It just sucks. I know Henry's working late in his lab, and there are some kind of chronon particle surge. Of course, we know that exposure to large quantities of chronon particles can result in physical changes. Paul Serena is an example of that. His first exposure resulted in his extraordinary abilities, and the second exposure, quote, second, caused his progressive condition. In Henry's case, that exposure transformed him into a chronon-disrupted wave function subject, or shifter. It is, of course, clear that Mr. Serena and Henry's condition are essentially the same thing, even if Mr. Serena's case hasn't progressed as far. However, it is not at all clear how Henry could have been exposed to such a powerful dose of chronon particles, particularly as the lab area itself underwent none of the temporal changes we have come to associate with such an exceptional event. None of the containers on scene had remotely enough chronon particles capacity for such a high dose, and furthermore, all of them were intact and accounted for. In short, we don't know where these particles could have possibly have come from. I'm not surprised that Martin Hatch was unwilling to discuss this. He was the only other person present in the lab when the accident took place, but I don't know why he was there or what happened, and he claims that no memory of the event. Despite this, Martin somehow managed to contain Henry in the artificial zero-state field set up in the lab. I'm willing to speculate as to how this could have possibly have happened, or I am unwilling to speculate. Suffice it to say, I have many questions about these events myself. Think about my offer, Erica. You are a first-rate scientist, and I would hate to lose you, but I would absolutely understand if you want to change departments. Please give best to your wife, and it is lovely to meet her the other week. Sophia. Alright, let's do this. Nothing more to talk about during this section. We just gotta hit the junction and then watch the episode. Ooh, there's a car down there that glows yellow.
What are these doing here? We should be set up by now.
It's all on schedule. You're micromanaging again.
Wait, can you examine that car? Hold on, I've never actually done that. I didn't know you could examine it. Hold on, let's do that.
Don't even twitch.
Hold on, guys. Do not activate this cutscene.
And here you are.
I had to see the lifestyles of the sick and traitorous up close and personal. And it was such a nice invitation.
How do you want to deal with this, Paul?
Hold on. I've never done this before.
Paul.
Just thinking about a road trip I took a long time ago. In a car far less comfortable than this.
Let's focus on the issue at hand.
Okay, so they're talking about the Utah trip. So yeah, it plays more into the mode of thought that Paul's constantly thinking about
Joyce?
His life before. And he has a resentment that he's even engaged in this activity in the first place. Or that he has to. Okay. And that just adds extra fuel onto that fire. Cool. Jack is narrating the game to Clarice. Who is Paul narrating this bit? So it's more for posterity. He's just talking to himself. Or it could just be internal dialogue.
This asshole don't look like much. Tell that to all the guys he wasted.
I could still try to reach Jack and make him see reason. Or I could let Hatch deal with him so nothing would distract me from leading Monarch.
Up into the past. Try to change things.
Answer me this question, Bo.
I once trusted Jack more than anybody. It was my only chance to make him understand the truth.
The fuck do you mean nobody got a look at the shooter?
But without me there to give the speech, my empire would start to crumble like a house of cards.
I believe that with hope comes miscalculation, and as you and I well know, Mr. Joyce, with miscalculation can often come catastrophe. And that leaves me with you, Mr. Joyce.
But my old friend would be a lost cause. Dead and buried, along with the rest of my past.
Tonight is a celebration in the face of darkness. Tonight we celebrate because I promise to you that we are prepared.
Monarch would grow stronger with my presence. The plan would go forward as intended.
Okay, so I always go personal on this one. And I'm going to do it again here because, again, in the novel, Hatch is the one that gives the speech. So going personal makes sure Hatch gives speech in the game, which segues best into the novelization differences. So we're going to go that route. We're going personal. Plus, it plays more into Paul's character where he does not want to give up on his best friend. I mean, that's very consistent with his characterization. So the fact that he would give up on his best friend by saying, hey, this is more important, I think it goes against his characterization. So even from that perspective, I go personal.
Martin, I'm afraid you're going to have to cover for me at the speech tonight.
All right.
Jack and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah.
And that's because Marama, these events are not fixed points yet. These choices are not changes to the universe. It's solidifying the universe. Because technically this is a closed loop. He's already made that decision.
I've been to the end of time, and I've escaped it all the way to 1999, when it all started. I've tried to change things, but by trying, I only made them happen in the first place.
Okay. So yeah, so what I mean by that is, like, it's the common perception that what Paul's doing there is he's splitting the timeline into two separate realities, which you could argue that to be the case. But we got to remember, within a self-contained universe, these decisions have already been made. And what happens in them is not yet a fixed point. Therefore, there's no closed-loop self-consistency issue. It's no different than him, like, walking down and, like, skipping versus walking. Like, it's like he's making, like, you're obviously going to make a different universe every time you either let a fly land on you or you flick the fly away. Minor variations happen all the time. But anyways, when I sit down and write the script for this video, I'm going to be much more coherent, I promise.
Time is breaking down. Monarch has been preparing for it. There's this thing. It's called a lifeboat protocol, and it can save us, at least some of us.
You've been the face of Monarch for all these years, Martin. But let's get clear on something. This is still my ship.
You're not thinking clearly. You need your treatment.
You gonna go?
Me? Go to a party.
We can roll together if you want.
What do you want?
Anyone who might implicate Monarch.
Fuck you. Wait!
We just lost communication with Jack Joyce's transpo. Find him.
Step away! Right now!
Liam, this isn't what it looks like. No. No! He's gone.
We need all points converged on Liam Burke. He's armed and dangerous.
Okay, there's only a few variations in this one between the PR and the hardline route, but and also the business route versus personal route. There's no hardline PR stuff. I mean, realistically, the easiest way to look at it is that from our perspective as the gamer, there's two universes set before us, and we're deciding which one we've been playing as. Because from Paul's perspective, the decision's already made, but we're picking which one of those 16 universes we are currently engaged with. And you could argue it's always been engaged in that single universe with each playthrough. She is a sweetheart, I'm gonna be honest.
The treatments, they're losing their effectiveness.
You're fine.
No. I need to work on something new.
You should enjoy yourself tonight. You work too much as it is.
I've been running tests on the temporal anomalies. I think it could be happening sooner than
I've seen when it happens.
At least consider that maybe you misinterpreted something.
Jack knows where William's machine is. I have to go talk to him. Martin can handle my speech.
Martin.
Sophia. Thank you.
Okay, so in the business route, he's actually very dismissive to her suggestions in this, and he kind of just like storms off rather than giving her that kind of attention. Well, again, Trailblazer, it's less that he had, like, radiation poisoning from Chronon and time travel and all that fun stuff, but it's at least, well, maybe that's the case in the game, but in the book, I like this version better, where each time he goes into his junction state where he starts perceiving millions of realities, his consciousness is struggling more and more to return back to existing in a single timeline. It gets more and more difficult to do so, and that's causing the progression in his Chronon syndrome, because his mind is just being magnetically attracted to remaining in that wave function of a consciousness. Also, the book confirms there is a romance going on between Paul and Sophia. Just getting that out of the way. I know it's implied in the game, but it's confirmed in the book.
You haven't touched your drink. I'm not really into drinking a lot, I guess. Oh.
Yeah, because he was never invited to parties growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Social anxiety, I get it.
What? I have things happen in my day. I do.
Uh-huh.
I had to deal with some internal affairs.
Internal affairs? Oh, you're just gonna leave me hanging?
Well, yeah, it's internal.
Charlie.
Okay.
Okay.
I helped catch a traitor today.
Traitor? Was that what all that commotion was about?
Yep. That was me.
Yeah, he's poorly socialized, that's why he's awkward.
Who was it?
Who's the... Who was it?
Yeah.
She thinks it's Beth.
I can't,
What?
I am not at liberty to discuss this.
Well, you just brought it up. It's like, well, monarch drama.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to leave you hanging on that one. For real, this time.
Oh, I just thought maybe you'd want to share it with me. But I don't know. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom, so I'll leave you hanging here. For real.
Okay.
Go mingle.
She is totally taking advantage of the fact that he just is completely clueless in this kind of situation. Panic attack. I get it. Yeah, because she's in communication with Beth before this event, and Beth's guiding her to try to break into Dr. Kim's lab. Yeah, that's the thing, is she's not very subtle, because we know what's going on, but he's also so socially clueless he doesn't recognize that she's trying to milk him for information. So it balances itself out, I guess.
Thanks for the gun.
Dr. Ramiro?
I don't know if
Martin?
he's just super tall or she's super short,
need
or
your help.
both.
He listens to you. Paul,
Is that so?
I think we're in trouble, and he doesn't see it. He refuses to.
Because he's what, like 6'3" or something?
I know you
Lance?
and I haven't always seen eye to eye.
Or he was?
But I know you care about Monarch. You care about what happens. And if we are reaching zero state, something has to be done.
And what is it we could do?
You know what we could do.
Truth is, Sophia, it's not really a matter of whether or not Paul will listen to me. It's that I won't listen to you. I find your approach to matters rather counterproductive. Filling Paul's head with your constant alarms, distracting him with petty doomsday scenarios. I mean, if I'm being honest, I rue the day he gave you a modicum of function in this company. Because you said, I care about Monarch. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to prepare for my speech.
What is it that you're so threatened by, Martin?
Do I look threatened to you?
All right, so for the business route, Paul walks in on this conversation, and they both play it off, and Hatch leaves and leaves him there to talk to Sophia alone. But that, like, every scene when Lance, aka Hatch, is having that kind of a demeanor, it really makes me think back to that scene with Mr. Dorr after the facade comes off, and he speaks to Alan seriously. He's like, hey, I'm going to lay down the law. And you can tell that Davis is trying to emulate Lance's performance in these scenes right here. And I think he does a pretty damn good job, because his personality on the talk show versus in that scene when masks come off, he did so good by just switching up his entire demeanor and trying to emulate Lance's cold, calculated, intimidating presence. He did a really good job.
We have control of the presentation. Make it look good.
Yeah, even his, like, when he claps the buttons and his walk, his gait is mimicking his too. He obviously did a lot of research on Lance's performances in his films. He did a really good job. And that's the least we can ask. That's what we can ask for when you recast a character, unfortunately.
Hey, you're Crocker, right? Hey, Crocker! Crocker! I really need to take a shit.
Oldest trick in the book.
Crocker! Come on, Crocker!
I'm sorry. Did they name him Crocker because it's a crock of shit? Are they literally just having a random idiom pun here?
Oh my god.
Over there.
Where?
The woman with the necklace. My money is on that.
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty good choice,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna have to go with Ryan Gosling down there talking with George Clooney. Wearing his nice cufflinks, chatting about stocks.
Richard, where the hell have you been?
Didn't have my invitation.
Oh my god, you're always losing things.
I'm not losing anything.
So that happened because of the quantum ripple, where we accidentally knocked his invitation to the trash can at the beginning of this act. And seeing Charlie like this, completely wasted, makes me very happy I don't really drink anymore. Because I hated this feeling.
Drama.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's going for it.
No.
Bam. Told ya.
Oh. Why am I losing
You owe me
so
a sword.
bad? I don't think I can drink
Drink.
anymore. I don't think I
No,
can.
rules are rules.
Rules are rules.
Rules are fucking rules. You owe me another sword.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm doing it. Oh, I actually hate olives.
You can do it, my man. You
Thanks
can
for
do
the
it.
encouragement.
Nicely done. Thank you.
I just wish I wasn't losing so bad.
Do you want to go for a walk?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, lady.
Taking the sword.
I'm taking mine too.
Crocker. Hey, buddy. Crocker! Burke! Crocker! Hey, buddy. Hey.
Burke, listen, if I have to come in there, you're gonna fucking regret it. Listen, this is just a big misfucking understanding. I'm gonna be out tomorrow. I will put in a good word for you. I will help you climb this ladder. All I'm asking is please let me take a fucking shit. Go to the back wall. Fuck, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Oh, man. Thank you. Shut up. Back up slowly. Yeah.
Again, oldest trick in the book. I just remember there's that episode of Fairy Tale during the Phantom Lord arc where Lucy pulls the same trick. It just ended on Master Jose very differently. If you know the reference, you know the reference.
So you don't mind that we left, do you?
I mean, I wasn't really excited about going in the first place.
Okay, why'd you go?
I think because somebody twisted my arm.
What the fuck is that?
Quantum Ripple.
Kind of looks like a dinosaur wearing a helmet.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like.
Hey, where are we? Are we even allowed to be out here?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. All right.
So what would you have been doing tonight if we didn't go?
What, if I hadn't gone to the party with you?
Yeah.
Well, I would have canceled all my other really important plans.
Ah.
And I would have gone back to work.
I think maybe you work a little bit too much.
Yes. But
Against it?
well, no, I mean, it doesn't feel like work. You know, I like being wired in.
Yeah.
Makes me feel connected.
Because he never was.
You work all the time. In fact, you're there most of the time.
He was disconnected from all of his social peers.
You think you work too much?
Maybe.
All his life.
I don't know. Yeah, nah. I guess, yeah. I love work.
Hold it right there!
Shit!
You little fuck! Hey, what? All you had to do was let me in that perimeter lab.
You turned on Monarch. What was I supposed to do?
You have no idea what's going on, do you? I need to get in that lab. There's something in there that I need.
The lifeboat protocol. You work with Beth Wilder. I've seen you before.
You know her?
Which is the reason I'm here.
You've been used, my boy.
Is that gun still necessary?
Yeah. Come on, hurry up.
I'm sorry, I can't take Liam's actor seriously anymore after I just watched him reading the Time Knife screenplay. Just saying.
It's right up here.
Oh, right. I got it, guys. I got it. Yeah, I guess you guys can't do this. It's a special talent I have. Glad it's so celebrated.
Honestly, this is reverting Charlie back. He's getting essentially war flashbacks to his upbringing where he was just completely cut off from everybody, and the one time he let down his guard here to be like, okay, cool, maybe I'm out of that whole thing, and boom, he gets slammed right back down to that pit. So it's gonna reinforce his previous thought pattern.
You're welcome.
Is this it?
What is that? What the fuck is that?
Chronon disrupted life form. Extremely hostile. fight for? It's Dr. Kim.
He reminds you of Northmore inside of the NFC. Or the NSC. Yeah. 100%.
The second machine. Where is it?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, and the kind of the horror of what's going on with Dr. Kim right now is literally there's an infinite variations of him being forced and bound into one reality simultaneously. And they're all struggling, fighting for control over the same body, essentially. And it's...
Up into the past. I've tried to change things. Undo mistakes. Only to find there's no changing the inevitable. Time is just one closed loop. No matter what I do, you and I, we always end up here. And no matter what I do, time ends.
I think you've lost your fucking mind.
My mind is intact, I assure you. My memory, however, it's stretched. Like, I've seen too much. All of it blending into one. Apart from a few fragments of memories. One in particular. You and I, 11 or 12 years old, when we found that vagrant. Remember? And when I arrived at the past, that was the first thing I tried to change. I went to the roof. I tried to talk him down, but my presence startled him, and he fell, same as before. Anything I try to change, it just triggers the same event. We keep seeing that body. Because we were meant to. I'm not turning my back on the human race. But at this point, they're a necessary sacrifice.
Is that what Will was? Necessary sacrifice?
Will refused to believe the inevitability of what was coming. And he became an obstacle.
Answer me this question, Paul. In everything you've seen, do I stop before you're dead?
When you're ready to cooperate, I'll be here.
Alright, and then the business route, essentially. Hatch does this interview, and he kind of throws Paul under the bus, saying he's completely insane, and leaves the keys to the handcuff for Jack to free himself.
College and then here to Monarch. I was in a bad place, and he kind of turned me around.
got it. Sort of. I mean, it's a ghost file. It's remnant of mass deletion. Somebody was here. We got, Cronin field regulator.
Wait, hold on. Holy shit, this is Dr. Amaril's report.
What is it?
The stutters, they're increasing in frequency.
What's a stutter?
The more frequent the stutters, the more indicative of a fracture.
Okay, and what's a fracture?
Of time. Zero state, it stops, and it doesn't start back up.
And the lipo protocol could save us.
I have no idea. But the Chronon field regulator, it is the core of Monarch's time tech. Everything is based upon it. And it has something to do with the lifeboat.
And it's being used for the wrong reason. The CFR is never, or the countermeasure is never intended to be used for this purpose.
This way, this way! Turn. No, don't.
You end up like her.
Fiona!
The lab is stutter-proof.
Stay here.
It's kind of like an HRA, right?
There are Chronon harnesses up here. We need them.
Giving you a field of immunity. I mean, the suits they're wearing, it's basically like wearing an HRA.
Holy crap.
But you guys see the evolution of ideas from Quantum Break leading into Control. It's kind of crazy.
Holy shit! Put one of those on.
What do you mean, Jinx? How are they not using their powers? They don't have powers. Well, yeah, the zoom.
Charlie!
For the same reason Charlie's moving in that frozen piece of time as well. They appear to be zooming around, when really they're just engaged in a piece of frozen time. And moving within that piece of frozen time, therefore, from the perspective of Liam, it looks like they're zooming around, when really they're just walking around.
Go!
It's just subjective perception at that point. End of episode 2. Alright, so we're going to hit continue and then immediately pause. Skip.
Security was tight.
Skip. Pause. Alright, everybody, and that's... so when they zoom around, the world is frozen to them. Yeah, exactly. For them, everyone else's perception, time is frozen, but because they're able to move within that frozen time, it looks like they're kind of teleporting around. It's just perceived that way. Anyways, guys, that was a long one. Over 5 hours, which is insane. Luckily, Act 3 is only 2 parts, not 3. So hopefully that one will not be as long. I'm going to try to start it a little bit earlier than I normally do during the week, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, love you all. Thank you so much for sticking around for the whole thing. I know it was a commitment here. And I will see you all next week. Take it easy.